Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order this District of Clearwater regular council meeting for Tuesday, August 16th, 2022 at 2 p.m. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are fortunate to be gathering together on the unceded territory of the Símpcwemc, who have been caretakers of this land since time immemorial. Introduction late items. We do have one. That would be item 14.5 on your agendas, draft recruitment and retention initiatives plan. Adoption of the agenda. Any errors or omissions? Okay, I'd like to take note, item 10.3 under delegations. They're going to be pushing that through to another meeting. Seeing none, I'm going to move her in a seconder. Moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Herring. All those in favor? Passed. Adoption of the minutes. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, can you move her in a seconder? Moved by Councillor Bamford, seconded by Councillor Frizzle. All those in favor? Passed. No development and zoning, no unfinished business, no public statutory hearings, no presentations, delegations. First off, we have Ms. Regina Sadikova, GM of Development Services. Come on up.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Your Worship. Hello, hello. There we go. Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a PowerPoint, if it can be brought up, please. Big agenda, so I won't waste your time. So I am here to take about 7.5 minutes of your time to speak about the regional planning agreement. And this is not the agreement whereby we do your reports, your bylaws. That is a separate agreement. This is an agreement that deals with broader planning across the TNRD. It when I speak about it, a lot of people say, "What regional planning agreement?" It's been in place since the creation of the regional district. Most people forget about it. It's typically a 10-year agreement. And so just a little bit of background. The background of regional districts. We're the only province in the country that has regional districts instead of, say, counties. Regional districts are a federative structure of municipalities and rural areas. There is a funding formula for this agreement. I assume you have a copy of it in your agenda. It's a very simple 2-page agreement. The rest of the pages are signatory pages. The funding formula each municipality pays, it's based on assessment, not population, and then it's factored and halved. In about 2002, when the agreement came up, so that was 20 years ago, it was halved. So at present, so for example, this year, the District of Clearwater paid $6,756, and in 2020, it was $6,642. That gives you the order of magnitude, and it hasn't changed much in the last 10 years. And we don't anticipate it to change much. So that is the funding formula. City of Kamloops, being the big fish, pays the highest amount. They're also factored down. Realistically, all 10 municipalities put together fund about 6% of our budget. So it's, with all due respect, we totally appreciate the $6,000, but this is not about the money, okay? So what it is for rational decision-making. And instead of a sort of a competition, it's cooperation, especially in the electoral areas surrounding the boundaries of municipalities. So so the cooperation, mutual support, all the municipalities have always participated. That doesn't mean they always will. It's absolutely a council decision. So why? I'm not here, I don't want to give it a hard sell because I don't think it really needs to be sold, but why? it makes for cohesion at your board. So usually it's your mayor, and unfortunately your regular mayor isn't here because he would be able to speak to that. It's usually for the small towns, other than the city of Kamloops has, I think, 6 counselors on our board, but the small towns have 1. So it makes for cohesive decision-making amongst the whole board rather than a weighted vote. There's a respect for input by all the people, all 26 board members, which can take a while, but, and the mayors get more involved. They pay attention to what happens outside their boundaries. And we follow the same legislation, Local Government Act, for planning functions as municipalities. I believe there's much better decision-making, especially along the periphery. We have something called a fringe area, and it's, I'll bring it up. It's the next slide. Hold on. Well, I'll bring it up in a minute. All applications on the perimeter of Clearwater, for example, are referred to you first. These are land use changes, so not a building permit, but a major subdivision rezoning, what have you. Maybe it's an industrial use that should happen in Clearwater rather than where the land and the taxes are cheaper in the rural areas. In my time, I've been there for 11 years, and every referral, I have made the recommendation based on what the municipality said. Usually it was rational and out of respect. It also covers larger global planning objectives, and I'll speak a little bit to that. So this is the fringe area of Clearwater. You can see it on the map. It's quite extensive. So it doesn't go all the way to Vavenby. It is a soft boundary. It's literally in AutoCAD, it's just a dashed red line. But it's that area. We would even send, if it's further up Clearwater Valley, sometimes we send you referrals, especially if it's a major application. So the fringe area is covered. The other thing, okay, am I over my 7 minutes?
Take your time.
I showed this to the CAOs too, so please let me. This is from 1380, painted in 1338, and it's in the City Hall of Siena. It's huge frescoes, like they would cover one of your whole walls, and there's 6 of them, and it's the allegory of good government in the city, the allegory of good government in the country, the allegory of bad government in the city and bad government in the country. And, you know, there is a reason we don't want sprawl, and there's a reason why we want certain things happening in the country and certain things in the city. And this was painted in council chambers to remind the city decision makers, fathers and mothers, of the importance of their decisions to the people in the country and in the cities surrounding them. And the other big ticket item that this funds is the regional growth strategy. So rather than having a separate budget and coming to all the municipalities for a requisition, we include that in the planning. So that $6,000 includes the regional growth strategy, which is available on our website. We've sent it to you. I have a copy here. I will, it's not that long. I will leave it here with your CAO. The other thing, it funds the monitoring reports. We're working on one now, and we'll be bringing it to you by the end of this year because the census numbers from last year are all coming in. So we've issued a whole bunch of these monitoring reports. There's 10 indicators that were decided by the board, and I'll leave copies. Some of they're mostly statistics, and they're quite interesting. And each of the municipality, whenever we can get the data, we put it in there. That's the last one. So like I said, we're working on one now that'll be published by the end of 2022. So the renewal process. This item went to our board of directors in June, and the planning agreement renewal was supported unanimously. And then I sent out all the documents and the draft agreement to all the municipalities, including yours. And I've been coming, if municipalities would like me to come, I've been coming to answer questions about it and encourage folks' input, because I think a lot of people, when I go to them and I tell them, oh yeah, you have like, I won't mention mayors, that there's a regional planning agreement, they're like, what are you talking about? So it fades into the background, but when there's a renewal, I try to take the opportunity to give it a push. I have worked for municipalities. I've been planners in municipalities where there wasn't such a creature, and we had 3 horrendous trailer parks right smack on the municipal boundary. And that was not without services and, chewing up the roads, traveling through residential roads in and out of the city to get schools, shopping, everything. So that's that I've worked both where there is participation and where there isn't, and I honestly feel very strongly that it's a good thing. And I am here to answer your questions and discussion.
Questions for Regina from council? Councillor Taylor?
Thank you for that. One question I had, did you say it was a renewal is every 10 years and the
Yes.
$6,000 is annual? Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay.
So it's 10 years is a very long time, and very few agreements like that run 10 years. But it's actually 5 years. And then that 5 years, there is it's auto renewal, but there's a right of reconsideration. Lots of folks reconsider it then at that point. The last time this was considered in 2002, the election cycle was 3 years, not 4 years. So nobody did the math, and then, well, it changed after anyway. Because it's a funny time to be coming now, but it is, again, it's not about the money, it's about the cooperation, and hence that's why I believe it was supported unanimously at board, including all the electoral areas.
Thank you.
Councillor Bamford?
And thank you, Regina, for the presentation. I guess one of my questions is, it seems like the main benefit to the community is the referral aspect of things that would be just adjacent to the municipal boundary sort of thing. That's one of the big things, it seems like.
That and all our development applications, regardless of where they are, whether they're Blue River or Kingsmere, when we make recommendations, we look to the regional growth strategy for long-range policy.
So my question is, have you found in the past where a municipality has, and I'll use your example, 3 trailer parks going right on the boundary of it, affecting sort of the infrastructure inside the municipality? Have you found that if a community has input into that process, it's actually changed the process or it's made a difference?
Absolutely, it has. It also opens in the fringe area for municipal boundary adjustments, go smoother. And the last one was in Barrier. It's been a while since we've done one, but I remember a few years ago there was 3 overlapping. So that process runs smoother. Certainly the fringe area, but also it means the politicians are engaged in longer range endeavors. So not just the regional growth strategy, but also things like the lakeshore development guidelines. Because realistically, yes, you have a lake in your municipality, but a lot of folks from municipalities travel to lakes in the rural areas. So that's another example of where each members has a huge say. And I think like I said, it makes for better decision-making.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Herring?
What is the current average processing time for a development application? This is kind of like a side issue, I guess.
We typically, our board meets once a month.
Mhm.
So for us in the region, 5 to 8 months for rezoning.
Mhm.
Subdivision, because it's very different, it's highways. Subdivision in rural areas is administered by the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure rather than the municipal approving officer.
Okay.
I would say because Clearwater has meetings more often, like when Alex and Ursula do your planning,
Mhm.
and that's a different contract, and we have 3 of those in the TNRD, and it's a retainer, it's a fee for service. That one is $18,000 a year. And I thought the question might come up because typically we're a little faster in Clearwater. just because of the structure of the government.
Okay.
We assign the same level of priority to both. And like if we're processing, we have staff assigned to Clearwater items themselves. The train of thought there. On the processing time. There will be, sorry? Yeah, go ahead.
When we had the housing session last October, he estimates the processing time without any hiccups to be about a month.
Okay.
Some of the files that we're working on touched on highway issues, touches on key definitions in terms of bylaws that requires.
Yeah.
Nothing new. I know there's one particular file going back March that is still on the November. To make sure they understand what the response has been from those results before going back to council. So normally it's about a month, say 2 months at the most, provided we have all the documentation provided.
I'm just trying to get a sense if this agreement contributes to a longer processing time for these applications, or if we're comparative to other areas of the province. Like, I'm just trying to get a sense of how does this impact the nimbleness of decision making? When I think of 26 people having a say on any decision, like, it's hard to plan.
Yeah. It takes longer. It definitely makes board meetings longer. I would say it doesn't affect your municipal planning. I didn't even know we were that fast. And Alex knows that if it's working and Alex is working on it, he doesn't tell me about it. I did ask about that fee, that planning agreement. We're not anticipating any budget changes in that one for the foregoing future. Just so you know.
Other questions? I think you're, Councillor Frizzle.
The fringe area policy, you said it didn't quite go to Vavenby.
No.
How far south does it go? Because it didn't look like it went as far as I thought.
Hold on, I'll show you. Go backwards. There it is.
Yeah.
So
where is that?
it doesn't quite touch Blackpool.
I was gonna say
That's what I
forestry
thought.
Yeah.
thing.
And you know what? I think that this is a policy, not a bylaw,
Yeah,
so it's easy to change.
okay.
And I think including Blackpool and Vavenby would make more sense. And you can, the white areas, there's typically nothing
Mhm.
unless it's a Crown referral that we send on to you, but you'd probably be getting the same Crown referral.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I think everything I needed to ask was, you answered a couple of them in the package here and through your presentation. So that's good on my end.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
for your
perfect.
time.
Thank you very much for coming in. Drive safe. Okay, we're gonna put item 10.2, we're gonna bump it down the line a little bit. We're waiting for Councillor Sim to show up, so we're gonna hang tight on that if you guys can. Okay, thank you. And 10.3, we've got that canceled. Okay, acting mayor report, attended the election info center on August 3rd. And I mistakenly attended the Trails Task Force meeting August 8th, so, but it was good, filled in and got to learn a few things, meet some people, so it worked out all in the end. And I attended the agenda setting August 10th with our CAO. And that was about it for my last couple of weeks. Councillor Banford.
Thank you. For myself, it's been mostly focused on the cemetery committee. We had a tour of the cemetery committee with all the members present. And it was about a 3-hour tour. Very, very active discussions there in looking at it. And coming up with a bunch of stuff that new ideas as far as what that tour brought up. Some of the things are benches by the columbarium and stuff like that. Where there's a bench on one side, there's not on the other side. So we've looked at trying to get another bench in. In that discussion, we're trying to bring it forward to sort of looking at issues that staff will be able to deal with, issues that'll maybe should go to public consultation, and issues that will have to come to council at the end of the day for a recommendation to move forward. The other thing is we had, yesterday, we had a meeting here for about 2.5 hours or 2 hours and 45 minutes. And if you can see on some of the blackboards written around, I want to thank Tammy, first of all, for all the work she's done on it. It's been really, really useful. She's done a great job. And yesterday, I want to thank our CEO, who basically put a little bit of structure to it in relationship to the process with regards to municipalities and the proper way for municipalities to go forward with getting public consultation. Right now, one of the members volunteered to do a bit of a generic SurveyMonkey questionnaire to send out to the public to get some public input back. We're just in the process of reviewing that. It'll be going out shortly. We'll then take a look at those results and decide where we go from there. So the committee is moving forward. It's really working hard. The one thing I will say that we did come to, that the process will not be completed by the elections. So it will carry over into the next year. The terms of reference carry over into the next year already, but a lot of structure will be in place prior to the elections anyway, but it will not be completed by then. So you'll see additional stuff coming out. Look for the SurveyMonkey thing that's going to come out for public input, and there'll be additional stuff going forward. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brantford. Councillor Frizzle.
Thank you. I attended the dinner with the doctors, which was lovely to meet them and their family, and it was a nice evening. I just wanted to give a plug to the Men's Shed. They constructed a juice bike, and it's been at the farmers market for two Saturdays. I was at the last Saturday. It was so overworked, they actually wore it out. And in that, the first time that they had the bike there, they got donations of $77.20. A couple of weeks ago, it was $155.45. So they've got a total of $232.65 for food security. So yay for them. They're very excited. They're right in the midst of making toys that they're going to be selling at the farmers market and other events. So they're really finding their stride, I think. So it's really good to see them getting going. The seniors are busy getting back into the groove. They've been on a bus trip. They've gone up to Lone Butte for lunch. They've gone into Kamloops for different events. So they're full on. And I attended 3 days at the cooling station. We had a cooling station here on that week. It was so hot. So it was open from 12 to 8, and it was in the seniors room because that was the coldest room in the building. It wasn't well attended, and so I had lots of time to think. And so next year, if we have to go and do another cooling station, I have other ideas that may switch it up a bit, because I think that people coming here might have had a bit of an issue getting here in the heat and then getting cool and then going back home in the heat. So there might be other ways to deal with that. And I'm going to be volunteering on the 27th, I think it is, for the half marathon. And I'm looking forward to that because it's been 2 years that she's been really trying to get that running. And so that's going to be going this year. So that'll be good. And I want to remind everyone that there's an Alzheimer's workshop October 21st, of anybody in your family, friends that need to have information on the Alzheimer's, understanding dementia, understanding communicating with someone with dementia, and understanding the behaviors. It's a really, really important workshop, and I hope to see a lot of people out. October 21st, 9 to 12 in the multipurpose room here. And I just wanted to bring up junior council, because we haven't had junior council for 2 years, and things are getting back in. School will be coming back in September. So I just wanted to put it back into our mindset that the junior council, the student council automatically become junior council if we decide we want to carry that on. So I just wanted to throw that out there. We can maybe just bring it to the next council meeting and see where we want to go with that. So that's just a reminder to us. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Frizzle. Councillor Herring.
So, Clearwater in the summer, as usual, not much going on in terms of work, but lots of time at the lake. So there's that. And I did get a chance to go on CBC last week and talk about the lack of paramedic coverage in our community. It was interesting in speaking to some of the local paramedics to find out that when we have a hospital closure locally, those paramedics get a pretty non-urgent call. They have to head to Kamloops. As someone who's done that drive before, I can tell you with the patient, that's a 4-hour turnaround because you got to get there and then you got the time for loading and unloading. During that 4 hours, there's usually a second car in Clearwater, but with no hospital, it's very easy for both cars to get engaged, meaning not only do we not have an emergency room, there's no ambulance locally. And because of staffing shortages in places like Kamloops, Barrier, Blue River, we're kind of seeing the secondary effect of that. They can't do the usual cross coverage. So there is some risk to the community. We really have to make it clear that in emergencies, people need to call for help, but at the same time, you need to be judicious about what you're using the medical services for when we have this kind of shortage. The main thing that I took away from panicked research before I talked to CBC, not the most confident at media interviews. So I did some looking at it, and BC is actually the lowest per capita in health spending out of all the provinces in Canada. And Canada is one of the lowest in the developed world for per capita health spending. So when we suffer these systemic problems, I think at the root of it is we're not spending enough money to get adequate service. So it's great if we're getting a good deal and we're getting what we pay for, but we're not. So we're getting a good deal and we're getting what we pay for, which is not coverage for us. So, you know, that's an issue for the provincial government and something maybe we need to talk about at UBCM, I think, and really drive home that these aren't temporary things. We need long-term solutions for rural healthcare. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Councillor Herring. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. I attended a Trails Task Force meeting. We had an additional meeting to meet at the beach and discuss the trail options there. I wasn't able to attend, so thank you for covering me on the 8th for the main meeting. I appreciate that. And the other thing I just want to shout out to staff for another great swimming session for the youth in Clearwater. Great to see all the kids at the beach and learning to swim, and such an important skill for them to learn. And super excited for hockey school too. It's coming up, so excited for that.
Yes, the ice is in.
Yeah, I think
Another week,
the ice
or
is
is it
coming in.
going right now? Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. We have no committee of the whole minutes, committee of the whole reports, government operations, Councillor Taylor.
Next meeting is September 6th.
September 6th, thank you. Community Economic Development and Infrastructure, Councillor Banford, and we do have a recommendation that council enter a committee of the whole meeting of the Community and Economic Development and Infrastructure Committee.
Thank you for that. So I'll make that motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Frizzle. All in favor? That's carried. We have one item on the agenda for this, and it's the line painting options, and you have a staff report in your package, but I assume that there's someone here who will speak to that as well, so I'll turn the floor over to them. For the public is here, it's a discussion that we brought forward on the line painting by Dutch Lake that has been done.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll go through quickly the options that are put forward in your packet, as well as what's on the ground right now, and we can discuss the best option to move forward. What's on the ground right now is line widths that are based off of the existing asphalt width. And I understand that there's concerns related to lane widths that are there. What we've put forward are two options that involve creation of parking options between 37 East Park and Dutch Lake, and with larger lane widths that are consistent with the district's roads bylaw. Option one, generally speaking, achieves in total approximately 80 stalls, we'll call it. And this is dependent on what actually ends up being done at the 37 East Park, but give or take 25 stalls at the 37 East Park, give or take 25 stalls existing at Dutch Lake. It's not exactly it's not an exact number because it's obviously not all line painted, whatnot. And then about 30 stalls, give or take, parallel parking between the two parks. And that would also include multi-use path of 1.5 meters. What's not included in terms of parking is the part east of Dutch Lake Park. So right now there is parking included there right now. In order to achieve the parking with the district roads bylaw lane widths, it involves widening the existing asphalt by about 1.5 meters. We reviewed it, and the part near Dutch Lake Park, as well as where well 2 is, it would be a pretty big undertaking to widen that. It would be more of like what they call a sliver fill, and it'd be tricky from a geotechnical perspective. So we didn't think that was a cost-effective way to add parking. So we've suggested that part has no parking, remains as 2 travel lanes plus a multi-use path, and that the parking be added only between the 2 parks. And in that areas, it'll be about 1.5 meter additional width, with some small ditching in a short area that will require some asphalt curving just for drainage. Generally speaking, that order of magnitude is about 150,000, we estimate. We'd obviously need to see pricing from the contractor selected that's actively doing the work. I'll go through option 2 for discussion in case anybody would like to review that. Similar scope in terms of what happens near the Dutch Lake Park. Again, that would just be a multi-use path in that area. But the area between the 2 parks would be angled parking. So you get about 20 more stalls, but it requires additional widening and pretty substantial retaining wall along the north side of the old North Thompson. It would come with a lot of challenges, we'll say, from a constructability perspective to install that wall. Operationally, you would now have vehicles also backing out into traffic, so it would represent traffic pattern movements. I know it's in your package right now. The recommendation is option 1, but option 2 is there for consideration if that's what the committee would like to explore. You guys have had a chance to review. I'm happy to answer any questions you have on the 2 options.
Yeah, can I need to back up a little bit and understand how we got here. So for the initial project, how is this funded?
The initial project is funded by the Park Drive grant, which is 100%. I believe that total grant is about $1.3 million.
Okay, so to clarify, this was all grant funded, and any additional projects we do to it is now at our own expense.
So the district has a contingency as part of the grant.
Okay,
We're waiting on some invoices to be submitted to see where those final figures land because of some of the uniquenesses with the intersection just south of the Hospital Hill. Once we have that information, we'll be able to assess what's remaining in the contingency. When the district applied for these grants, we declared 2 things. We declared the project shovel ready, and we also had a requirement to say that any cost overruns will be borne by the district. The fact that the line painting exercise underground occurred, which is about $30,000 in the grant, we can't bill the grant twice for that work. I will certainly be trying to get the province to agree for us to use the contingency, but that's a process that's not going to be an immediate response.
Yeah.
We also have in terms of funding options for this project. We also have two options council can consider, which would be capital road reserves or gas tax reserve. The gas tax reserve currently sits at 226,000. Capital road reserve sits at 371,000. The recommendation would be from staff to utilize gas tax as an option.
Okay. So another thing is, are the lanes currently meeting our roads bylaw standard? Are the width of the lanes currently meeting our bylaws?
I would refer that question to an in-camera discussion.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I've got some more to say for sure. I'm concerned about redoing this. My take on this project, like, we had the Parks Committee go through a consultation with this. They brought these designs public, if I remember. Was that the case? Because I know we brought the pathway for Park Drive and the pathway for Rafford Elementary to a public hearing we had. Was it at the high school or at the elementary school? At the elementary school, and I believe this design was included in that. So the Parks Committee did like a substantial amount of work, got public support. I think the design we have now fits with what people wanted and what the community expressed. I think our problem was how we rolled this out. I think there's no signs, and I think we didn't communicate fully that it was happening. And so people drove up surprised. And you know, when you go there now, you can see everybody is parked off to the side in what we anticipated would be the walking lane, because there's no sign there. So intuitively, that's where you want to drive. Like, that's where I want to park looking at it too. But I know that actually the parking lane is supposed to be between the pedestrians and traffic. So I think some signage, some reconsideration might help. I have heard actually a fair amount of positive feedback about it, and it's mostly from parents, people who are trying to get kids wrangled towards it. And my problem with these two options is that by taking away the parking in front of the beach, you're now making someone who has kids to go to swimming lessons, say, who's likely to end up parking down at the end of the road, because the main lot fills up with RVs, campers, visitors very quickly. So you've got people trying to drag their kids, floaties, all that stuff up the side of the road. I feel like we're better off keeping parking in front so that they're limited in how much they have to walk, how far they have to go, you know? But that's my take on it. I'd prefer to proceed with neither of these, mostly because we already spent the money. We had someone work the design. We had public consultation. I think we could tweak what we have now and spend significantly less money, as long as those bylaws are being met by what's currently in place.
With respect to the bylaw, whichever option council chooses, that will require an amendment to the bylaw.
Oh.
He's right? That car should be in that wider lane, I guess you call it, where no one's using it right now. That's where the cars are supposed to be parking. And that's not happening at all.
It's not. The communication piece is valid. Notwithstanding the prior public consultation that was done, the width of the parking lane is also a challenge because, for example, Ford F-150 may have grave difficulty fitting within those parking lanes. We also have visibility issue coming out of Dutch Lake Beach itself, given the distance between the parking and the entrance to the parking. And so that concern alone, I think, is not necessarily met in the bylaw, but we'll do what council asked us to do.
Seeing none from council, I have one. The new design, there would be no parking down the hill, right? From basically from Wells Grade, exactly right. And one of the concerns in the past has always been people have parked there, And it gets so congested that people are opening car doors and people coming down the hill with little kids coming out of cars and stuff. So I like the idea of parallel parking. I really do. Past that, going towards 37E, the walking path would be on the outside of the parking, parallel parking. Is that correct? So the road would be expanded, there'd be some new pavement there, and the walking path would be on the outside. So people would have a safe place to walk with the cars in between. I think personally myself, the lanes there are really quite narrow. They really are, and especially as you're looking into the winter, if that's where your lanes are gonna be on ice and snow, because that road doesn't take, the ice doesn't come off that road very easily anyway, to be quite honest. You know, it doesn't, in the wintertime, it's quite slick coming up the hill. I like the concept of sort of saying, you know, let's have the parking down there. It's tied to 37E, which is gonna be a pathway right down to that park anyway. There is planned parking in there. There's a design for that already, which you've already brought up. So that's just my concerns. I struggle with the concept the way it is right now, just because of the narrow width of the lanes and because of the stuff coming down the hill, down the slant, especially where people are parking on that. I think, and I agree with you, going on the other side of the road, then you're having people cross the road. So not having parking on the far side of the road per se, by where the well is and stuff, is probably not a good idea because you have people shooting across the road all the time. Any other comments? That's my thoughts on it. I mean, I don't have a problem with the recommendation, but. Councilor McKenzie.
Yeah, it was definitely with the signage aspect of things. I mean, I was coming downtown last week and I slowed down, took the little dog leg through that narrow section there. And I actually got passed in the bike lane by a car. So as I slowed down to 30, he took the right lane and flew right by me and got back into the lake entrance. So I was past his big corner the week before, so I wasn't really surprised anymore when that happened. But I mean, it's just signage definitely something we're gonna need there. The width for an average car is fine. We get low bed traffic. Bannister's gonna be here for who knows how long. You know, and the odds of being able to redirect everyone around the logging bridge to come back up, especially with the work going on there, I don't know how possible that's gonna be or how feasible at this time. It would be nice to see it a little wider myself. And I do have a concern, but now that I see this, I'm sorry, my eyes can hardly read that, but that there is no parking on both sides of the hill coming down. Because it's only a matter of time before you're getting a group of cyclists coming down there and someone opens a door and they're hitting the doors.
Yeah.
You know, so if it was kind of more off to the side, I don't know. I see doors swinging into the bike lane is my concern right now, so.
Any other comments or questions? I have one last one if other councils don't. One point on the discussion point is increased traffic calming devices in the area. And there's actually a $20,000 in the proposed budget. Any concept or can you give an idea of what that might be?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a few different options with that, raised sidewalk perhaps, as well as over at the Dutch Lake Road intersection, inspirations for trying to get the traffic across the Dutch Lake Road over intersection. That would be the traffic.
Okay. Thank you.
When he says raised sidewalks, are you talking about the crosswalk? Yeah. The crosswalk at the beach, we're contemplating extending that across the entire roadway and making that a slightly elevated platform to create not a speed bump, but a reason for drivers to actually slow down because this is a designated crossing to move.
Like a 10-foot wide little.
What's the impact of that for the hill in the winter plowing? Shouldn't have no effect.
Same idea.
Okay.
For the Park Drive pathway down the road.
Yeah.
There's two of them down there as well.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay, any other final questions? If not, I certainly thank you for your presentation. I thank you for providing us with the input and I thank our CEO. Council, we do have a recommendation there. Councilor Sims, you have a question there?
No, I was just excited about this next part. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, so the next part is we do have a recommendation, right? In front of us kind of a thing. Go ahead.
No, I was excited about that. That's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. So would someone like to move the recommendation? And the recommendation, I can read it if you wish. Recommendation is that the Community and Economic Development and Infrastructure Committee recommends to council that the council approve option 1 design of the line painting along Dutch Lake Road, and that council direct staff to develop an appropriate bylaw to amend subdivision and development highway standards bylaw number 111, 2013 to be brought forward during the next regular scheduled meeting. So I will move the recommendation. Is there a seconder for the recommendation?
Can I propose an amended recommendation? When does that happen? I'm confused on the timing here. Do we wait and see if there's a seconder, or?
Well, you can, my understanding is you can amend the existing recommendation if you want. Yeah, otherwise this one would have to fail, and then you could put forward, I think, a new recommendation. Is that not correct? So right now we're waiting. Is there a seconder for the existing recommendation? Okay. Seeing none, then that recommendation does not pass. So is there additional discussions council wishes to have?
Yeah,
Councilor Herring.
I'd like to propose an alternate recommendation, I guess, and I'd like to propose that we go back and investigate a third option where we change signage without making changes to what's been done under the grant funding already, and then possibly take this back to the Trails Committee and discuss how this fits in. Because to me, this is jumping at a very quick option, and I feel like we could do more to suss out what actually needs to be done, and can we do this on the cheap with a couple of signs and an article in the newsletter.
Councilor Taylor.
So my hesitation is just, I feel like this needs more discussion. I think there's been such a split in opinion on this, and it really depends on whether you're probably a parent with a little kid and you're trying to get to the beach, or you're somebody who has a big logging truck and you need to get down the hill. And I think we have to recognize that whichever option we go with, there's going to be concern from some in the community. I think we also need to recognize that the priority and the whole reason for us doing this is for the safety and providing safe, active transportation options for cyclists, for pedestrians, and trying to make it safe for kids at the beach, getting out of their cars and making their way to swimming lessons or to just a fun day at the beach. But I don't know that I have a really clear view of the best option, even for that, like public opinion aside. What is the best option for safety? Considering like the fact we'd be removing parking, we'd be putting families further away for parking. Yeah, like, at the moment it's trail, parking, road. There's also the option of parking, trail, road, or the removal of parking. I feel like I don't have a clear view yet of best option. And if all options require an amendment to the bylaw, then I think we probably need to be taking a more holistic view of what is that amendment to bylaw, what is the funding. Like, I feel like I don't have all the information to make a decision.
So when I'm hearing Councilor Sims.
I would like to flesh out Councillor Herring's suggestions. You've said a little less of an expensive option. You alluded to some changing in signs. When you say that, what's your articulation for that vision? Like, I think you've got an idea of something, and I'd love to hear it.
Well, it's just, I've heard some actual positive comments about the lane, because people like that they can open their car and get the kids out with just a separation from traffic, just those 2 feet from the lane to where their car door is, lets them comfortably get out, walk their kids down to the beach. I mean, we wouldn't even necessarily need to change the lanes. We would just change which is designated for which. You could move the bike lane close to the traffic. It's fairly normal, in my understanding, to have a bike lane next to parking. If you go to the city, in Vancouver or whatever, usually the bike lane is along the side and people park right next to it, doors open into it all the time. Seems like a fairly normal configuration there, and it's how people are intuitively using it.
I think that's the word.
You know, I really think if we were to investigate kind of how we could massage what we have now, we don't have to leave behind. Essentially, like the pathway to me is a key part of this. That's one of the reasons we get grant funding is for that active transportation. So we need that. But the way people use Dutch Lake Beach is going to be, you know, a factor. People do like to park there. They want to be close to the beach. People are trying to minimize their walk. I think even if we say no parking there, we've already said no parking on the other side, and there's always cars parked there, right? I think people park everywhere, and they're going to keep doing it. That's just my take.
Councillor Sims.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think the big thing is intuitive. There was this great story about how TRU developed their pathways. And what they did is they let all the snow fall and then they watched how people accessed the buildings. And what we're seeing is something that's not intuitive. Perhaps it is something that's done from the city, but it's not intuitive. If it's not intuitive, then there's always going to be that point of friction. And so we do have space. It's just kind of a realignment. It's like how I reorganize my kitchen cabinets. How can it be more efficient?
That's right.
Really. So I will second your motion.
Was there, do you have as a form of motion would be?
I was gonna say, could I hear
I
that?
don't, I'm not sure that
Full
the form of
motion.
motion is. It was an idea or concept, but I think he would need, is he asking staff to come back with a different design? So you're asking staff to relook at the configuration.
I would say to bring these two options back, along with a third option that includes some signage and communication changes to how it goes, but hopefully not altering the layout.
Does that increase, does that include increasing the width of the lanes, which is probably the biggest concern right now as far as safety goes from a driving
I think
aspect?
it could. I think that's why we asked them to bring it back next
Okay.
time. Just come up with the best option. I'm not sure that I know the best option because I don't know the whole story
So-
yet. I think it's staff bring something back and then we can have this discussion at the next meeting.
So what I've heard is to bring back these two options and an additional third one from staff. Councillor Sims.
So I'm just a bit confused to bring back these two options because they're on the table. Why not just the third option?
Yeah. Oh, fair enough. I
Right?
think-
Like the third option about how we, from what I'm understanding from you, and correct me if I'm not hearing you,
Yeah.
but you want to look at rejigging the space
Yeah,
with the lines and keep,
roughly where they are. Yeah. Yeah, and that's it. I think it's just a third option because I think this is 2/3 of the conversation in my mind. This is two options that are certainly something we should consider, but I feel like we're missing another way we could look at this that would keep us spending less money. So
Do you have that enough clarity for yourself?
Bring back the third option, keeping what I'm not clear on, are we keeping the lines where they are we adjusting the lines?
I would say minor adjustments and tweaks. Let's say we need to meet a lane width bylaw or something like that. That would make sense. But I think by and large, not completely reconfiguring. Like when I hear $100,000+ spent reconfiguring this and we've already paid for it with a grant. Why?
so the discussion on the motion, is that where we're at? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
All right, so there was a motion, there was a, now it's confirmed, there was a seconder. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Councillor Sims.
So the discussion on that is when I hear that third option, when you go into it, you just don't know where to go. Is that how we're feeling? There's some safety concerns, there's some line width things. So even in that third option, to reverse exactly how you're suggesting it, and I think would that allow that more an intuitive nature? It would be really fascinating just to conduct an experiment, it's because seriously, for 2 hours and to see, what would happen with people and how they feel, because that success is when we respond to the human behavior of a space. And it's not necessarily directed. And I think it's also being clear about the dialogue. I think that's kind of, and I wouldn't mind owning that one, the fact that we fell down on introducing what this looks like.
Yeah. Well, I think there was just a big delay between us doing that because we did bring this to the public and people appreciated the design, but that was ages ago. And it wasn't the week before everybody saw the line, right? Like we had no refresher or nothing like that. We had people kind of like walk through, I remember several easels with the signs and got a little bit of feedback, but like most of our public meetings, it wasn't super well attended, unfortunately.
Well, I'll confess, I parked in the wrong spot.
I think everyone.
All right. Any further discussion? Okay, then all in favor. So, oh, you're not allowed to vote? Yeah, you can vote. The
Can I for that? Okay, I'm on.
Any committee meeting.
I can't put my hand up for nothing. I just sit back. Okay, so.
Okay,
Yes.
that carries. So there will be the two options and a third option brought back to another meeting in the future. Then the other recommendation is that council now rise from the committee as a whole. I make that motion. There's a seconder. Councilor Frizzle. So thank you, Mayor McKenzie.
Thank you, Councilor Bradford. Next up, we have Parks, Recreation and Social Development. Councilor Sim.
Do you need to go back to the
Oh.
initial thing for delegations?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we had to break down that whole section first, but yes, let's do that. Let's go back to item 10.2, Valley Pride.
I do have a question on that, is that originally when we had discussed this item, was it going to run through the Parks and Recreation and then be referred to council, or did it work out better that we present directly to council, given we're at this great junction? We did, yes. Be somewhere else. Okay, let's follow the bylaw then. Sorry. It just ties in so nicely to our
No,
next
for
one, so
sure.
that
Got
was,
that.
that's fine.
Perfect. There, come on up. You bet. There you go. Come on up, Caleb.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm going to do a little presentation or read a presentation, and then I'm going to have Sean over here do a little slideshow with some fun visual representations of what we're talking about today. So on behalf of Valley Pride.
Kaylin?
Caleb.
On behalf of Valley Pride, we'd like to thank the Mayor and Council for sharing their time with us today. Dear Council, it is with great pride that we write to you and meet you in Council to discuss social inclusion in our community. As you were provided in your introduction package, the process of social inclusion from the LGBTQ++ community has been a long process. It is now Clearwater's turn to take side in this. As you have seen the documentary provided for your leisurely viewing, it is not an easy process, nor is it smooth. I realize I got those packages here a little bit late, so some of you may not have had a chance to look at that yet, but we would encourage you guys to take a look at links and read some of the information and articles that we've provided in your packages. A lot of those stories kind of hit pretty close to home because they're about small communities that are close to us, actually. One of the main, oh, sorry. Valley Pride has been meeting regularly, and we are now working through. One of our main talking points is social inclusion for people that are different and live in our lovely town of Clearwater. So I've included a little definition of the concept of social inclusion courtesy of Spark BC. The concept of social inclusion provides a useful framework that can help guide the development and comprehensive strategies to support the open and welcome participation of all people in community life. I grew up in the town of Clearwater. Most of you know me, Kaylin Jones. I'm 37 years old and have only just come out as LGBTQ+ some years ago. Clearwater has not always been a socially inclusive place. Coming out was the hardest thing I have ever done in my life. Having been raised in a religious household was one of the biggest challenges. The other was the lack of community support, as well as normalization of LGBTQ++ and two-spirited living here in the community. Clearwater's motto is love where you live. I can tell you, I have not always loved where I lived. But since coming out, my world has become a lot bigger in the form of visiting other communities that have already done their coming out. Those communities are where my partner tends to work, with safe cultural spaces. In how these communities normalize being different / LGBTQ++ and two-spirited has been eye-opening. This has brought me to realize that there is so much more that can be done in Clearwater regarding social inclusion. I do want to be proud of where I live, and I want to love where I live. It is important to grow in an inclusive environment. It is up to us, the citizens, to make it better by sharing how we feel, by having a voice and being heard. How can we do better, we ask ourselves. Theme of our meeting, how welcome would we feel coming to this community as a visitor or a new resident? I've grown up here, and I know with all my heart that there is a lot of accepting, caring, loving people in our community. Let's show the world how caring, loving we can be. If Clearwater is open for business, then we need to show, visually show, we are an open and accepting community. Otherwise, Clearwater is not truly open for business. We have noticed a huge difference just at the Gateway Grill since we've created a more welcoming space. Since adding flags and safe space markers to our environment, we have noticed a higher proportion of LGBTQ++ guests enjoying our space, where it's safe for everybody to enjoy themselves the way they are. Valley Pride has been meeting and discussing social inclusivity in our community. We're going to work with other businesses on improving the social landscape of Clearwater. We're hoping to have your support as well for this initiative. There is a huge amount of energy, creativity, and art that can be tapped from our community. But like flowers, blooms only happen with care and love. People, my people, need to feel safe to be themselves. They must be cared and loved to bloom in wild local colors. Until then, we are like a TV that is only black and white. We need colorful people. If we want to grow, we need everyone, every single one. Valley Pride is taking the initiative to make Clearwater a more open and safe space, a space where people feel love, acceptance, and connectedness, a space where people feel a sense of belonging, and a space where you can be yourself. And a healthy, vibrant community should be built on this social contract. As mayor and council would like to support Valley Pride and what we are doing, we are asking for a letter of support. We will be working with as many community programs and groups as are willing to work with us. We'll be coming back to these meetings. So a couple of things we'll be talking about in the future are going to be a Valley Pride working group, 2023 Valley Pride Festival and funding, visually inclusive art projects around town. Some quick examples of that are things like possibly benches on the new path, wall murals around town on walls that have nothing on them, and a Pride crosswalk. We'll just finish with this little bit before I pass it over to Sean. Pride. Pride is such a powerful word. Pride is you. Pride is me. It is us. I love the word pride as it is an all-inclusive umbrella word that we all fit under. If we want to grow and attract newcomers as well as retain people, especially the young people of our community, we need to grow and evolve into a more accepting place to live. Black and white TVs are a thing of the past. We need color. Maybe we can even be modern and hope for a flat screen color TV. Let's make Clearwater a place where everyone uses its motto with heart, soul, and pride. Love where you live. And with that, I will pass it over to Sean.
The reason why I'm sitting over here is because all my notes are on this screen here. Okay. Everyone hear me okay? All right. So
Kellen set up this really awesome slideshow here with all the pictures he took on his recent trip to Haida Gwaii and around the province. And there's just some really lovely pictures and imagery in here, and I'm just gonna run through them real quick for you guys. First, this is our great Valley Pride design. We're all wearing our shirts today. We're actually these are being sold by Robin Ellis, is it? At Costa for $20. So if anybody wants t-shirts, that's just see anybody wearing these around town and we'll definitely take a request. So I did, okay, apparently I don't have notes on here. So that's all good. Well, the general what we're talking about is we want the impact of like the safe space and the safe space imagery that we see here around town. We've already seen the impact of this at the gateway with our staff, with the customers that we have coming in. We're seeing a lot more LGBTQ++ customers coming in because they feel safe in our space. Here's we have some pictures from Valemont. We can see the lovely rainbow and like LGBTQ++ imagery that we see here. Yeah, just like a very open visual, like very openly welcoming, like lots of like stickers on the windows. People feel safe. This is what I like. This is what I like to view as like a normalization of it. Like this is bringing it out into the open space for everybody to view. This was this not Masset?
This is Vancouver.
Oh, this is Vancouver. This is the Vancouver VP.
You don't have your tab,
Yeah, thank you. Clemens, had to go ahead. This one had a note on it. Yeah, absolutely. So these are more examples of safe space stickers that we see around Sadikova. Yeah. This is one from Kamloops. Oh. Yeah, this was from our BC liquor store here. There was a large note on the program they were doing, and I only read it this morning, so I only have the gist of it. But it's basically a program that the BC liquor and cannabis stores are doing, and I think you guys know more details about that. slideshow here. So thank you so much for watching the show, and thank you so much for dealing with me not having my notes or anything. And thank you so much, Richard, for filling in the notes that I don't have. And thank you. This was really, I just wanted to add, and this was kind of a thing I really thought was really kind of starting to get on board with, because we need to normalize it and make it so it's not like a big deal to support the vulnerable people in our community. Like, I think people need an opportunity to shoot, like, lots of people are willing to support, but there aren't opportunities out there to do so. I officially get all done.
Yeah, no questions, Kaylin. Knowing you and your family for a lot of years, and I just want to thank you for gathering up the courage to come forward today. It's not easy task this day and age, as you would know well. Race, sexual orientation, is the days of that mattering. It shouldn't anymore. I mean, we all bleed the same blood, so thanks for coming in. Councilor Frizzle.
We're going to put together a letter and hopefully have as many community organizations supporting it as possible, where we're going to go to different businesses and offer them a welcome package sort of thing on how they can be more socially inclusive. So we're going to provide them with a sticker for visually inclusive paraphernalia sort of thing, right? But we would like to have the support of the district and, like I said, as many organizations as we can before we do this. So we're going to work with hopefully, I won't mention until I know, right? So other organizations in town we are going to work with. So that's our first thing, is improving that visual business landscape. It's beneficial for the businesses as they may get more business because people feel safer to shop there. It's also just good energy, even that visual representation has, right? Like you might not be LGBTQ++, you might just be colored or First Nations, but if it's okay to be gay, it's okay to be colored, and it's okay to, right? So it's just saying it's okay to be you. And it just, yeah, so that's our first initiative. That is what we are going to do. So with your support, when we go to these businesses and different organizations, we can say, hey, look, council is supporting what we're doing as well. Would you support us as well?
For me, I just want to say thank you for us and for starting this work in Clearwater. I think this is something I'll get time, and I think it's something that all of us already for that. You're giving us a chance to throw in make some impacts and move it. I'm happy to make a motion to send a letter of support.
Questions?
Yeah, sorry, all those in favor?
Just going to add, thank you for your leadership and the courage to come and talk and to, as people have said before, to bring this forward. I think we have a lot of people in the community who are accepting or tolerant, and we need to go beyond that and be active allies. So this is one way to do that and to encourage businesses to do that. So fully supportive, and my husband will be coming and hanging out on Sunday with you guys. So come and join the gang.
Awesome, thank you. Yes, we do have a Facebook page up now, so we will be posting when our meetings are to the public, and everybody obviously is welcome to come. Pride 2023 is sort of one of the biggest conversations right now. So yeah, we're super excited. A lot of people are wanting to be involved, and we hope you do too.
Move to second, Councilor Simpson.
No, just for discussion in how we show that support and demonstrating the support. What I really felt was quite a powerful campaign within our community was the Success by 6, where they had the family friendly. Do you remember? Yeah, and it was a really easy one. So I'm just wondering with your letter of support, are you, do you want us to be able to have stickers already available at the District of Clearwater? Is that yet to be determined? Like, I think a letter of support is great, but if we're missing the boat on how to, further that. So to me, letters of support would also include the meetings, publicizing the meetings on the newsletter or using our social media spaces.
Exactly, actually, that's a very good point.
Support would look like being able to be an outlet to sell the T-shirts here, so that there's a readily available place. So if it's just a letter of support, but can we expand our support?
Include us in the newsletters, things like that. I don't know if you do things like that, but.
So with that, I'm certainly in favor of asking for the letter of support, but do we need to see the letter of support first and have it brought to council, or in efforts, to support? So I just want to get the sequence correct
So
for
the
staff.
letter's not actually, it's not done yet, so we're gonna take some time and gather that support first. So we're gonna go to all these different sort of people that we know that we can talk to, and if we can get them on board too, the more names basically we can have on this letter when we actually go around to the businesses would be beneficial, I feel. The Chamber of Commerce, obviously, we're going to be working with them. I will speak to them, and I'm pretty sure that we'll have
Councillor Frizzle?
So for clarification, you're not actually asking for a letter of support specifically from us. You're going to do a letter that we will be included in. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think we would like council to support social inclusion, right? Valley Pride and what we're doing as a whole theme and concept is what we're asking for. If we want support and want to put your name on something else, we will ask you first. If it's specific, does that make sense? Is that what we're kind of asking? So basically
So yeah, thank you.
And I suggest the council is prepared and in support of the consequences. That's the open.
So given that we've got a motion on the floor that's been moved and seconded, I think if we could make a friendly amendment, because I certainly wouldn't want to have to vote this down to start fresh, is that the friendly amendment be that council issue a statement of support to the future efforts by way of a press release. Would that be agreeable? A motion to accept the amendment.
Motion to accept the amendment. Thank you.
Seconder.
Seconder?
Yeah.
Councillor Taylor? All those in favor? That's passed. Perfect, yeah. It's a rare one. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Okay. Item 14.4, Parks, Recreation, and Social Development, Counselor Sim.
So I'll make the recommendation that council enter a committee of the whole meeting of the Parks and Recreation and Social Development Committee. Okay. Did you leave it for everybody else? Okay. So I don't see that we've got that as an agenda item. So am I able to introduce that now, or did we? An amendment? Okay, great. I did
Later.
not know that.
Yeah,
Thank you very much for that.
14.5.
Great. So not having been privy to the amendment, we're going to first start with what I have, which would be the new policy that's been brought forward. You have it? Okay. So and I'm talking about the diversity piece there. Draft anti-racial discrimination and anti-racism policy. So I will turn that over to staff. Mr. Thomas, did you want to speak to this and give a sort of some background on it and maybe fill in some blanks? I know I've got some questions in terms of, what it might look like, but I'm guessing they'll be answered with your wisdom.
Sure. A couple of weeks ago, Liz Student Company, actually, let me back that up. There is a supporting document titled Supporting Local Governments in Fostering Equity, a copy of which should be on every council table, member of council table, as well as for the public to read through. The Student Company was monitoring current events in the world and recognized that equity in the context of discrimination and advancing equity issues across the world was becoming a more commonplace topic. Some events like George Floyd murder or other events across the world where Black, Indigenous people are disproportionately affected by inequities in society. They took it upon themselves to develop a draft policy and sent it to over 250 municipalities across the province of BC for consideration for addressing equity in the context of anti-racism and diversity within workplaces. And as council, Park Recreation, Social Development committees talking about inclusive action, the question of what do we do with the policy of anti-racism in the context of Clearwater? And so we practically took the policy as it was, brought it forward as a draft, and bring it forward for council to consider if this is important, if it is not important. Also, what changes council may or may not want to see with respect to that policy, and go from there.
Great, thank you very much. Council, are there any questions based on this? Councillor Taylor?
So, so I'm assuming we don't have an existing anti-racism policy. Do we have a gender discrimination policy?
I am not sure off the top of my head.
Do we have gender identity or sexual orientation discrimination policy? So where I'm going with this is I feel like this could be massaged into a broader inclusion and diversity policy. And I just wondered what's the pros and cons of having individual policies to address discrimination of the different forms as opposed to having one broader policy that addresses discrimination in all its forms.
Great question. I will certainly take that back and think about that a little bit more. It is important to recognize that racism, gender identity, all form part of the larger composition of inclusiveness. And each of those are unique, however, in their own sphere and needs to be treated as such, or would be recommended to treat it as such Because what you also don't want to have happen is create a policy that is so broad, it actually dilutes the intent and purpose of the policy in of itself. So great questions about what other policies does the district have or don't have, or maybe should have, and consider what an equity program for the community or the district would look like, particularly for staff. This policy makes reference to application for staff, for members of public who interact with staff, or contractors and other people who interact with the district from a public private perspective. And so having some framework in place, not just for what are the standards of the District of Clearwater, but how would the district respond if something offending was to happen, is also very important in the context of process.
Supplemental?
Yeah, I thank you. I completely agree. And I agree that we need to have these policies in place. I just don't want us to stop at one form of discrimination.
Right.
So how, now whether we create multiple policies, but with very similar expectations, because I think the expectations is how you behave with an individual should be the same. And the, you know, I think, I had to comment what they refer to it as, but how like remedies and like complaints, like the processes should still be the same. So definitely recognizing that there are different aspects to different forms of discrimination. I just wouldn't want us to stop with racism.
I agree.
Council, other questions? Councillor Herring?
So this was designed by request from Lidstone.
No.
No, so Lidstone just kind of took this on themselves to do
That's
this.
correct.
I wonder if we could request that they just send us like a whole bunch of these, like you said, you know, like if they could just do a bunch more free work for us, that would be sweet.
They do this because they're a client and have been a client for many years, but they also do this as part of their social program. How do I frame this? Their desire to facilitate improvements in governance across the province. They specialize in local government particularly. And so this particular policy was crafted by Andrew, who is the district's HR and labor relations lawyer. And so having worked with him, I certainly understand how he thinks in some of those contexts. And I could understand why he would see some of those social justice issues and decide to spearhead that as an initiative for various clients of theirs. This is a conversation starter, certainly not the end of the line. And perhaps this could be an opportunity for council to direct staff to study what other policies we should have and come up with a framework and timelines to develop those.
Council, other questions? You think, because I see you one forming, but I'm going to ask that a policy is terrific and it certainly defines it. But what I'd be a little more curious about is, you know, that there would be some training provided. Well, training provided would then be, well, what are we going to be trained on? Where's the budget for that? And how does that roll out? So did you have some thoughts on that? Or is that more of the direction that how this policy and what the implications would be?
I don't have any initial concepts on what training would look like. I would certainly say with the orientation of council coming up in the fall, training on a broad spectrum of topics, including governance, several of the policies, including workplace, respectful workplace policy. All of that would form part of the orientation package. What I had done in the Yukon, as an example, I had the Human Rights Commission come and present to staff and talked about sexual violence as an example. So there's quite a broad spectrum of topic areas that needs to be covered from an inclusive perspective. And the training budget will have to be budgeted for in the next cycle, 2023.
Which raises the question, Ms. Klassen, can you let us know if we have that training budget for the orientation?
Yes, we
So my thoughts right now is certainly as a draft, going back and fleshing out where this could extend. I would be a bit reluctant to have a recommendation without doing any of the training. My other thought to have in here is whereas it has 3.2.6 report incidents of racial discrimination or racism experience. In the school district, this is such a big, broad learning stage, is where does an error of potential learning become repercussion? Whereas, where do we say in here that the District of Clearwater is a cultural learning? If we're going to deconstruct, we actually have to know what we've constructed. And if we don't have that, how do we know where we need to improve? Right? So I also want to have built in here that there's safe spaces that you can, make it, you can stumble and not be tripped and handcuffed to something you're trying to learn. So exactly with the safe spaces is, there's lots of areas that I'm trying to just deconstruct. My lens, I'm sometimes horrified by how I see things because I was raised. And so when I try and unlearn that, I feel clumsy, I feel silly, and I want to move past the point of not saying anything for fear of making a mistake. I want to be part of an organization that it's safe to learn, to be better. And that's the only thing I don't see in this policy is that support of learning. I don't want to see anything. Punitive can be important when there's militia, but there needs to be some clear definition. That would be one of mine. Councillor Herring?
Yeah, I kind of take this a bit differently, and I think that's because for me, that like what you're talking about isn't racial discrimination or racist action. This is talking about the actions of staff that are discrimination and racism, whereas the understanding of cross-cultural learning, all of that stuff, that's a broader process that I think training could contribute towards. That's sort of a big picture thing. This to me is the law. This is essentially us saying that if this is, an employee, a contractor of the district who is acting in a racist or discriminatory way, there is no room for that conversation is my take. It's too late for that conversation. This is when somebody has broken the bounds of what's acceptable, whereas the conversation that you're talking about, that shouldn't be covered in here at all. That's not discrimination, it's conversation.
Councillor Branford?
First of all, I have 3 points, just questions, more clarity. I tend to look at things and look at risk for the district or want clarity on what the policy actually means inside itself, what it states. So I fully support a policy like this. I don't have the slightest problem with it, and I think the district has to have one. The first question I have or concern is that at 1.2, it states that acknowledges and recognizes the existence in our community of racism in all forms. Reading the definitions, I'm not sure I could say that it exists in all forms. I'm sure it does exist in our community, but I'm not sure for me, I like it. It reads better if you just take out our community and just say we acknowledge and recognize the existence of racism in all forms. Looking at environmental racism and the definition of it, I don't ever see that has happened in Clearwater in the past, at least in the years I've been here. So it's just a matter of that definition or that statement. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying, do we want to say it exists in all forms, or just that we realize it exists? And that's one comment that I have. Makes me just a little uneasy to commit to something that we're saying that it exists, and I'm not sure whether all forms of it do. It probably could, but I don't know that. The other one is, and this is just for clarity's sake for myself, right? The respondent is not covered by this. So actually the other one dealing with it is 2.3. In my 32 years of government, legislation is law, regulation is law, policy is an internal document that governs all employees, subcontractors that work with that organization or for that organization, and it's binding on them. And there can be repercussions if you don't follow the policy. So the one concern that I have on that one, it just states, and Bill and I have talked about this, Councillor Herring, and it states that the policy includes all aspects of the district's Clearwater activities, including the working environment, procurement services, meetings, and various public events. I assume, though, that ties back to 2.1, where it actually says the employees, elected officials, contractors, volunteers, students working for the district of Clearwater and providing professional services. I don't think you can have a policy that governs individuals inside the community. They have to have a connection to Clearwater as a volunteer or a contractor or something. So if that's the clarity and how that works, 2.1 defines 2.3, I'm comfortable with that. I don't have a problem with that then, if that's the intent of it, right? And the last point, again, just from a specific clarity and risk perspective, is 5.3. If the respondent is not covered by the policy, the District of Clearwater will take any and all steps reasonable and necessary to remedy the substantial complaint to protect the complainant from future harm. Does that relate back to 2.1? Only those people that have an association with the district in one form or another? Or does that mean that any member of the community, regardless of their association with Clearwater, can come forward with a complaint and therefore Clearwater would take action?
It would apply to 2.1.
Okay.
Employees, elected officials, contractors, volunteers, students. Basically, intersection of a third party with the District of Clearwater. And 5.3, if the respondents or respondents will only be identified if there is a complaint made. And this is saying if the respondent is not covered by this policy, the District of Clearwater will take any and all steps reasonable and necessary to remedy the substantiated, which is a proven complaint, to protect the complainant from future harm.
And I'm just looking at it from a risk perspective from the district itself, right?
Yeah.
So that we aren't applying it outside of the people that have a direct relationship with us, kind of thing. That's all. And the other one, and then the first one just deals with, I'm uncomfortable with, I would just feel more comfortable if the first two words, our community, was removed, just saying we acknowledge that racism exists in all these forms. But that's
I
just
don't
mine.
understand that.
That's-
Like, I don't understand, like, we acknowledge, where do we acknowledge it? Like, if we don't acknowledge it in community, where do we acknowledge it?
Well, we do acknowledge that it exists. that
Okay,
it
so you're saying
exists.
in its entirety, or I don't know if we need that word, and I'm really curious, because it's a,
Well, I'm just saying that we acknowledge that the existence of racism in all forms, including cultural environment, I agree, it exists. There's no question. I'm just saying, does it exist in our community? Policy says it exists in our community. I don't know if it does in all forms or not. That's all.
The cultural, environmental, institutional, systemic, and individual. Not necessarily all of those are happening.
Right. Yeah. So I'm just wondering whether that statement, for me, it just tweaks a thing. Are we saying that it exists in the community in all forms?
well, I would, but Councillor Taylor?
I think I think community it's broader than just the municipality. So I think if it said within the municipality, even then it was like, yeah, I have no concern leaving the word community in. I think definition of your community could be the entire country. So I think acknowledging that it is there in the community and in all forms is appropriate.
Acknowledging that it exists is actually the first step. That's the truth. And I think that one of the things that I've really come to learn is where microaggressions take place and how innocuous they could be. And it's as simple as somebody who's feeling that they're fitting in at school and somebody pulling at their hair and saying things that would not normally be otherwise said, or making assumptions of you're going to take up a certain sport activity or something. And I think that our community is ready to understand different perspectives and how our actions can be improved. To that, we do have a recommendation on the table. I am wondering, because we've obviously just already had a robust conversation, is it time for the District of Clearwater to look at a diversity, equity, and inclusion working group?
I would support one. Council could also table this until there is more work done on trying to increase the knowledge, awareness, and training among staff, among council, amongst the community first, and then revisit the formal adoption of a policy to reinforce that. But please don't feel cornered into having to pass a policy today on this topic.
I feel that the policy is important, but I would really like to hear from members. We've already heard a great presentation today. And to have that community input as we develop policies and also other practices that can just better our community. I would like to see not an elaborate working group, but a working group that at least bubbles these things up so that we don't have to keep, tussling with it over the council table. I'd like to hear, what people would like to learn. I'd love to know if everybody understands what LGBTQ plus stands for. Like, there's so much learning, and could that working group assist in that? So I'd love to hear from council if that's something you'd like to see move forward or not.
Yeah, I think it's time that we do start heading that way. I mean, the racism, it's always been here since I was a kid. Comes and goes in waves. Sometimes it's, there might be a couple better years, or those people possibly have just moved on and you're not seeing it from them. I've dealt with it with some very close friends, children, constantly, like you talk with the hair and stuff like that. I mean, and that's at the very tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more involved, but I definitely think it's time to move forward with it. And if it's something we can combine, like what Councillor Taylor said, do we do it just as one? Do we kind of mash it all together? Because it's broad scheme of things, it covers it all. I don't know where to go with that, but I think regardless, it's time to move forward on it.
So there's two things on this. One is I'm hearing that we're not quite ready to move forward on the adopting the policy. Nodding of heads. So I don't think we need to vote on that then. We're just going to let that go. We're going to table it for another time. Acting Mayor Mackenzie, are you making a motion to bring forward to council that staff look into developing a working group on diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Yes, I am. I can move that.
Do we have seconded by Councillor Taylor? Is there a discussion on that motion? All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. I think that's going to be a really robust direction for the district. Moving forward, we have the recruitment and retention objectives. This has come out because rumor has it there's some problems in healthcare. And and so it's a draft copy that Mr. Thomas and myself are working on. And looking to see where is the role of the district and how can we move forward. So this, I understand that the intention is just being brought forward is if you've got some input that we can continue to flesh this out. In the past, the district has taken on a real financial commitment to the recruitment and the retention. We're trying very hard right now to work with other organizations in the community. There's been lots of work done with Yellowhead. There's been lots of work being done with the hospital. How successful are we? Well, not yet. But where is our role moving forward? Is it time to engage people? And we are having a recruitment and retention meeting this Friday. And I think some clarity about how we want to be involved moving forward is important. This seemed like a good time. Initial thoughts, comments? Maybe to help with a little bit of background, in other communities, for example, if there were to be a clinic, the clinic would actually undertake the recruitment and the retention efforts. So where the district, when we've had opportunities to host people who are looking to come to Clearwater and potentially joining the practice here, the district has taken care of that bill. Can we leverage that in another way? What is that role? What are other ways? What are the other needs? Or are you fine with it the way it is, with the things in red, and then we just look at it as adopting and moving forward and fleshing it out? What do you think?
Well, I hadn't read this all yet myself, so
I think it's well put together.
I'm still absorbing some
And I
of
think
this.
it covers a wide variety of opportunities and partnerships.
Mr. Thomas, do we have, correct me if I'm wrong, but we had sort of a draft that we had about the recruitment and retention working committee, and it was really a committee under council. That's correct?
We have a term of reference for the committee,
Yeah.
but the committee was turned into a working group because of challenges.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's great. So I'm wondering if council would see fit as a motion to bring this forward to the recruitment and retention meeting this Friday for discussion and input, and then get some clarification about some of the funding roles on that. So if I could have a motion for that. Okay, Councillor Taylor. Oh my gosh, you hasn't had a turn. I'm going to go with Acting Mayor McKenzie on that one. Discussion on that motion? All those in favor? Motion carries. Terrific. Subsequent to that, I just would like to also continue to take council's pulse on what happens when people impromptu come into the community and there's that hosting opportunity. Are we still amenable to providing those opportunities of, accommodating them and giving them a meal and a bit of a tour, and being responsible for those costs until we find a different funding formula?
I support that.
Councillor Frizzle?
It's the budget that I'm concerned about. There should be a time when we say, like somebody says, we're at this point, so we need to beef up the budget because we're having to do too much. I just want to make sure that there's always going to be money and we're not going to suddenly run out of money and can't do something.
Oh, Ms. Klassen, how is our recruitment and retention budget going? Do you know offhand? Oh, sorry. Oh,
Sorry, I don't know offhand,
okay.
but I can find it for you.
Okay, but it hasn't been a trigger. No alarms have gone off on the
No.
laptop. So we're fine.
So that's what I want. I just want to make sure that the money's not doesn't run out.
No, I'm going to estimate, I think I'm going to estimate we're probably about $8,000 or $9,000 into a $15,000 budget. Okay, so do you need a motion? Can we move with the motion on that, that we continue to support Mr. Thomas? Is that, you feel that that's appropriate? So I am looking for a motion that would allow the District of Clearwater to continue to financially fund the supportive efforts of recruitment financially.
I'll move that motion.
Okay, Acting Mayor McKenzie, seconded by Councillor Frizzle. Any discussions on that? Staff, are you clear on the motion?
So to be clear, you're doing this in committee of the whole.
To move forward to the council.
Perfect.
Thank you. And that work with you,
Works for me.
the seconder? Okay. Any other discussion?
So this,
Okay, Councillor Frizzle?
so this means that the money can be spent without having to come to council every time it needs to be spent. What this is for, right?
Keeping in conjunction with our budgets,
Yes,
and also
yes.
noting as part of the budget until a different funding formula can be found.
Gotcha.
So if doctors or nurses are looking, coming to Clearwater, we can give them a tour and take them to dinner and that type of stuff. That sort of friendly initial.
Yeah, what we're finding is that we do have people coming for the audience, and that is, we do have people that are coming. We do have people that are looking. And it is just an opportunity to put out a bit of a welcome mat, the same way which you, in your home, you would say, please come be our guest, is what we as the community are saying, and we have the means to support it. And we've been successful with those efforts. So I think that they've been well aligned. Anyway, all those in favor? Great, motion carries. And then I believe we will now move out of the committee. I don't think there's anything else. Is there, people? Oh, gosh, there's more. You're late, and look what happens. What page are we on? Oh, great. Over to staff. Oh, shoot. All right, remind me, because I've got it. Just I need a prompt here. Oh, I thought we covered that by having our working group. Did we do more? Well, that's what I thought would come out of the working group, but I'm good to go now. Some of the things in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion is that there, for me, and I'm wondering if there isn't an opportunity to have more awareness. So we've got a lot of discussions. If we were to take the LGBTQ, how many people have had conversations around their dinner table about, can you help me understand the pronouns? You know, what is racism? What is anti-racism? What is deconstruction? And so much, and you know, certainly being involved in the school system, and Councillor Taylor, I'm sure you might agree with this, maybe you won't. Councillor Herring, your son is moving into it. The conversations within classrooms are so different, and I'm not sure that our dinner table conversations as adults have caught up to that. So how can the district help facilitate a learning series, an education series? Even coming from the meeting at the LGBTQ, one of the ideas that have been put forward was, I don't know how to ask the questions. I think my child might need my support, and bringing in a speaker where all cameras are off for Zoom. So it becomes a very, you know, safe space for that. Is that something that we would be interested in facilitating? You know, even that learning point about getting some of those definitions, maybe working with the music night, and we have some different tables set up and some different information things. 3 weeks later, we've got a community scavenger hunt where we can, you know, do something fun and come together and then talk about these types of things. Because I think that the learning is also going to become in the discussion. And I think that that helps with the efforts to deconstruct, you know, maybe some of our lens. Councillor Taylor.
So I think I agree with your intuition around deferring that to the new committee if we set it up, and have them build that structure out as to what could this look out like, and do it through that means. That makes sense.
Councillor Herring, did I see you? No. Councillor, any other comments on that? And I think the other thing is that to grow that organically is to learn how to become an ally, and then to have the voices at the table. So we've heard from Valley Pride today, digging in a little bit different. How can our cultural diversity and equity efforts mirror what you're doing, and how can we do that? So I think it's a slower process, and God, that hurts me. You know, that hurts me. But I think that there will be growing. But I think maybe right now is that we can endorse community activities as part of the working group. I want to see a working group that actually comes forward with some things and be a doer group personally. So for me, I would love it is if the working group could actually take on a task to come together as an activity to really get that conversation moving. If somebody would be.
One question real quick.
Yes.
Is this something that we should discuss or consider partnering with Yellowhead on, Yellowhead Community Services? We partner with them on a lot of things. They might have access to programs that we don't have access to. So it's just a question to have that conversation with them, or have we had it with them?
Well, I think that because we've already, you know, moved it forward with having a working group districtly, I think that it can expand there. But again, I really want to see the working group get to work on something so it can be a catalyst project. And I think through those projects, actually better relationships can be formed because you're learning together. So for me, if anybody wanted to entertain that, you know, the working group be tasked with an educational opportunity for the fall, that could really kickstart some things. Councillor Herring?
My take is I think like assigning the working group to it and let them like flush out all this stuff is better than us having that conversation here, just because I think we're really good at slowing things down, not speeding things up. And I think the working group might do that a little better than us. I also think that if you really want to get stuff done, just put the Trails Task Force on this. This could be part of their new mandate. It'll be like finished right away.
I know, they could have like terms. So they do the Trails Task Force and then they do this. Keep in mind
Totally.
that what we voted on for the working group was an internal, right?
Mhm.
And then they do that. I'm going to give a little teeny tiny bit of a pushback on this one, is that it is also the will of council that directs the vision for community. And by asking for something concrete that comes back, we are setting that flow in motion. It is not to direct what an educational opportunity might look like, but I think that we could all be in agreement that there's educational opportunities. And this could be something that the working group could easily land on and bring back. So we're not asking what that is, but we are, lighting the pilot light, so to speak. But there's still no motion, so perhaps we will just let it fall. But I'd love to hear if somebody wants to direct the working group, the new one. Fine. All right, let's do that. Let's direct staff to find an educational opportunity for cultural diversity, equity, and inclusion for the fall. And if then we, yeah, because here's how, then once we move out of the this meeting, then we can move into the council meeting. We can bring that motion to council next meeting, right? And both of those can flow together. Councillor Herring.
I think my sticking point here is that, like, directing an educational opportunities of this nature are really tricky for me, because when they're a voluntary educational opportunity, they tend to attract a whole bunch of people who already have pretty solid bases in this stuff, and the people whose opinions we're really trying to change aren't likely to sign up for a workshop on cultural inclusion. That's my take on it. And it's not that, there's no value in doing it for our community, because I think it's much the same as the Pride organization. It's about sending the message that we are open and inclusive, and here's how. But I think giving it to committee to maybe come up with some strategies, and educational opportunities might be part of those, but it also might be targeted workshops in workplaces where people can't necessarily finagle their way out of it by just saying, oh, that's not an interest for me. Things like that might have more impact than, say, an open educational summit. So I think a working group could maybe chew through some of that stuff better than we can.
Yeah. And so what I love about what you're saying is we both agree in the education, but it's interesting you're defining it and I wasn't. So an educational could exactly be that workshop that you're talking about. And that's all this pilot light is all about, is making sure that that's the first order of business and that it directs that council's quite keen to do it. So I'm not suggesting that we say what that is. That has to come from that group. Just that it is a valuable exercise in the learning and hearing from those thoughts. That's all my pilot light is. It's not finite. I don't see a workshop necessarily. I see what they want to bring forward.
Okay.
Anyway, we're spinning circles. So is anybody interested in that or not? Or we're happy on the working group and moving that forward? Go ahead, Councillor Frizzle. Yep, and that's going to go through. Yep. Yeah, I was trying to push the envelope and try and just get a different direction that could also be brought forward, but no luck. Okay.
So what are you asking?
I want to see an outcome faster than later. And so I want to have a motion that puts forward that that council directs staff to look at an educational opportunity that expands equity, diversity, and inclusion. Now, they may come back and say that's going to go to the new working group. But I personally want to see some educational thing before the end of this term to really flag point that this work is important.
Is it a feasible option to getting this done before term's over? Just question for staff.
That's a hard question to answer. I think we have to research that and really pick and choose what we can achieve for the next 2 meetings of council before the election.
This one is tough for me because I fully see what you mean. As our term comes to a close, it's nice to cement something, right? And make sure that this is underway, because who knows what happens on election day. So I totally see the importance of getting something on the books. I'm still just kind of struggling to wrap my head around what, and then, yeah, 2 meetings left is like, ooh, how are we gonna see something go?
But we don't have to do the what. That's
Mhm.
the gig, right?
Yeah.
It is directing staff and they come back to it.
Mhm.
And they may come back and say, it's something that we see that can be accomplished in the next 6 months. I think for me, in the spaces that I've been, especially around the recruitment and the retention, especially in some of those more vulnerable spaces, not everybody in this community is feeling seen and heard or that they belong. And because of that, if council doesn't set that tone for the community that we want to see change, then I'm not too sure. Like, I'm not saying, can we have a 10-week educational series? I'm saying,
Yeah.
can we please develop opportunities of learning or education, and what might that look like? This seems easier than line painting, quite frankly. But
Yeah.
and again, it just comes back from feedback from the community, is those vulnerable spaces.
Yeah.
So if there's a motion. Oh,
Let's see what we can do for the next meeting, in terms of timelines, in terms of securing perhaps a third party who could deliver that on our behalf.
perhaps SD 73's already got something in place, and it could be an easy one.
There you go.
All right.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. So with that, is there anything else that I've missed? Okay. Motion to rise from the committee. Right.
Second that.
Right. All those in favor. Thank you very much. And thank you for a really good discussion. And I think it's awesome. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sim. No standing committee reports. Select committee reports, Trails Task Force.
So our next meeting is September 13th. And we have a recommendation that the minutes from the May 9th and the June 6th Trails Task Force meetings be received. I'll make that motion.
Oh, so sorry, I was waiting for you there, sorry. All those in favor? That is passed. 62, Community Economic Development Task Force, Councillor Frizzle.
The next meeting is to be announced probably after the election.
Question.
Councillor Sim.
What happened to the last meeting?
A problem with the vehicle. It was an accident, not an accident, but a vehicle broke down. Mechanical failure. Yeah, she no longer has a truck. And she couldn't get back down. So.
Okay, Cemetery Advisory Committee, Councillor Bamford.
Thank you, Mayor McKenzie. And a recommendation that the minutes from the May 31st to 2022 and June 14th, 2022 Cemetery Advisory Committee be received. I'll make that motion.
All those in favor?
And I did give a report on Cemetery Committee. We had a very active tour for people that weren't here. And we had about almost a 3-hour meeting just last night and going over it. So there'll be recommendations coming forward. We're looking at a possible doodle poll to get SurveyMonkey to get some public feedback and participation. So.
Thank you. Committee representation reports, tourism, Wells Gray, Councillor Sim.
If you haven't already heard the great news, Claire Hanna is the new Executive Director for Tourism Wells Gray. She's excited to take on the position. I think she's going to really add a great community lens. She seems very excited about her skill set and what she can bring to the position. I don't know if I had mentioned last time the chair, Guy Evenden, he has stepped down. And so it just seems like there's lots of new fresh beginnings. So that's marvelous.
Any updates on a next meeting or?
No, not yet. I think there's probably just some orientation that's going on and finalizing some things. I will say that the info center seems to be doing very, very well, although initial stats are very soft in comparison. So I think we're at maybe like 6,000 people for the summer season, which is, I think that could be something that we used to do in a month. So there's going to be some need to really rebuild that and to anchor our reputation. But I know that the board is aware of that, and having those stats only gives us benchmarks to work towards.
I think next year will be different too. Come around. Thank you, Councillor Sim. Wells Gray Community Forest Commission, Councillor Bamford.
And thank you. There is no report and no meeting scheduled. It'll be scheduled when one is needed.
Okay, thank you. Staff report, CAO report. Does any council have any questions for Mr. Thomas in regards to that?
I just wanted to say that I do like the logo for the hockey school. I think that's very suitable for hockey.
Who did it?
Happy Living Coordinator.
Oh, nice.
Any other questions for Mr. Thomas on that report? No. Okay, thank you for that. Next, we got the draft financial plan policy. Staff like to speak to that, please.
So staff has developed a draft financial plan policy for council to review. We're looking for council's direction and support prior to. The policy is in a draft form, and it basically provides high-level guidance to the district as we move through a financial plan.
Do you have any questions for Ms. Klassen?
I'm just looking at-
Oh, sorry, I thought, sorry. ma'am. You go.
I know this is
Thank
very
you.
exciting. So the draft policy provides objectives to the financial plan, policy and principles. The objectives are to support council strategies. It's that the financial plan is balanced and its approach is clear and easy to understand for council, for staff, and it funds our district services. It maintains our district's assets for a long time, and it implements district's priority projects, and it's sustainable and predictable. Some of our principles that we like to use is alignment. Alignment means being aligned with all the legislation that includes provincial legislation as well as the district's legislation. It is alignment with our master plans and alignment with our asset management plan. We've done a lot of work. We have a lot of documents and when we prepare our financial plan, I think it's very important. It also means that we're providing some innovation. So we're looking for opportunities as we're producing a budget, that we're looking for opportunities for savings, we're looking for opportunities to provide a better service with not necessarily a better price. That the fees and services that we provide are fair and equitable, and across the board, that we work in a collaborative way between council and staff and between different staff departments, as well as with community engagement. And finally, to be flexible. I know that things come up and that we have the money to be flexible with emergency work. Do that and have to provide additional reserves. The planning process has a few stages. In the policy, we talk about assumptions and schedules. We talk about project planning, operational planning, bringing it all together. And sometimes as we move through each of those steps, we may have to come back and start with the first step again. As we move through a property tax process plan, we come back to the project plan before we work through utilities. They might have different time. Some of our assumptions and schedules in the policy, we just talked about the documents, making sure everything is included in your and considered in your financial plan, making sure that we have consistent financial assumptions, and we decide what they are right from the start. They can include things like inflation. Inflation this year could possibly be 7%, when last year it was 2%. So that is including a financial assumption for the collective agreement or things like that. So those are decided right from the start, and the council would be made aware of these. Service levels, we provide a base service level to our community. However, from time to time, we may require an additional service level. I'm not sure what that is, but if, for example, we were going to that would be an additional service level that we would need. And it also could be maybe there was a new legislative requirement for the district that might require some of our resources, that would be an additional service level that we would get. Of course, we all like schedules to make sure that we're on time. And there's some thought perhaps we would like to have a financial plan before the new year actually starts. That would provide us with getting a jump start on maybe permit and the projects, maybe getting a better rate, having good. And finally, our roles. What is our role as council? What is our role as CEO, CFO, and just the budget manager? What are building a financial plan? In the project planning cycle portion, we have two types of project planning. One is capital, which means it meets the definition of a tangible capital asset. Or a special operation project. Two types of projects. Regardless of which they are, we would like a plan for at least 5 years that we develop realistic timelines. We're not, just because it's December 31st doesn't mean the project actually stops on that. Sometimes it goes over to following year project. That we develop a robust business case for projects that are over 10,000. And the reason I have a question mark with the 10,000 is that the value that you want a business case. So there's perhaps. And to prioritize. Which one? Prioritize the projects. And in the policy, I have set out a prioritize categories. The prioritized categories I had safety. Number 2 was legislative requirement. Number 3 was council strategic plan. Next was asset renewal or replacement, and the final one was the acquisition. So as you're going through each of these processes, you're developing a business case. We are prioritizing them, and then we're done. Operational planning is basically the day-to-day. It includes some discretionary or non-discretionary costs, day-to-day. That's what we need to. And it also includes discretionary costs. So those are costs that aren't necessary to keep the doors open. So the budget area managers will typically provide us with the budget for the non-discretionary costs and the finance department. When it comes to building in your revenues, function of having predictable costs should also have ongoing predictable revenue. Revenue sources should be adequate to cover the expenses to deliver those services. In most cases, that's true. However, in some cases, it may not be true. In the case of recreation or something like that, may need to be subsidized. If you have a non-recurring revenue, it should be matched with non-recurring expenses. That could be a program that you have a grant for, which is non-recurring. So it matches with those expenses. And we would like to review the fees and charges bylaws to ensure that we are charging adequately to cover the costs. There are other sources of funding that we have out there when we're building a financial plan. They are grants, reserves, and debt. Grants are great when it funds our work plans, priorities. Challenging when it could be challenging when it's outside. If we have get a grant that's outside our current work plan. It may not be a priority, but hey, there's money available. So that sometimes is a challenge. We need to make sure that we have the resources available to carry out that grant. Reserves, we would look at building our reserves. If we understand what our projects are going out 10 years, building our reserve to accommodate those projects would be a vision. And debt, although it's a viable option for an appropriate project, which could be a large project such as a large piece of equipment that may be out there in the future sometime, maybe a pipe. Or perhaps there's a building out there that we need to fund that could be a firewall, say. That might, or or a fire hall. It may be something you would consider debt for. The province does provide us with legislation on the maximum amount of debt we could carry, and at our point, we're not close to it. It's basically 25% of revenue for less any other debt, and that would put us at about 1.3 million servicing the we're working. Finally, but not perhaps the most important, is community engagement. It's an important part of the financial plan process. And I think it's always changing as we learn how to engage with how they can provide it. And as it is also required by the community. So, for council, I've provided two options potentially. The first option is for council to provide further direction and recommendation. Staff to provide an update and bring to regular council for review and adoption. And then to begin the financial planning process 2023. Second option, I provided just to be sensitive to the elections. Council to provide, again, the further direction or recommendation, but delay the adoption and refer it to the new council, perhaps. However, we could use this policy as a guiding document for the process.
Questions of staff? Financial draft? Mr. Sam?
That was great. It really sets a pathway forward, which I think is really nice. I would lean more towards option 2, but using this time, we haven't taken a community pulse by way of community survey for about 2 years now. And the last one we did was just during COVID. Since then, we've had lots of changes within our community, and to properly understand where the vision is going forward, I'd love to resume that type of a survey. We've got a couple that we've had. I'm not necessarily, I would like to see us use a similar question so that we can gauge those types of answers, maybe pepper in some new questions about some things, but I think that that will give us a new pulse.
Sorry, is the community survey to gauge what the community would like to see happen in the budget process? Or?
Have you, I don't know if you've had a chance to peek through those last 2 community surveys. If you do, and it was really interesting because 4 years ago when we did it, what bubbled up was trails were super important. Oh, look what happened. So we saw community priorities, and then we were able to incorporate that, and it wasn't a terribly expansive effort. I think we had about 140. The second one that we did it in conjunction with the Community Economic Development grant that we had done. And again, we got sort of that community feedback. We got to hear what they felt, the priorities were. We heard that roads were super important to the community. So it was a nice way to get some feedback. So rather than, this council starting that strategy, start the strategy of the community engagement and then pass the torch to the council would be my feedback.
Any other questions for staff on this? Councilor Herring?
Comment. I
I really like this, just gives a nice, clear outline. I think it's going to help new council understand the movement of kind of how these things all fit together, because I think that's been lacking to some degree, just to understand how many pieces are in motion, and this kind of takes all that into one document. I really like this, so I thought it was excellent. I'm in favor of option 1 or 2, I think. I'll go either way with the wish of council.
Any other questions? Mr. Thomas?
Just a comment and to acknowledge the hard work of Linda in this project. We
Thank
had
you.
a significant amount of discussions, and the discussions are just beginning. The financial future and stability of Clearwater is a core underpin or a core pillar for how council develops the community going forward. Things like reserve and all of that needs to be looked at, fees and charges holistically in the planning process. And long-term plans is essential.
Thank you. There is a recommendation on the table now. Is this something we should table possibly till the next meeting to allow Mayor Blackwell to chime in on any of this?
I'll make a motion for option number 2 with the inclusion of staff investigating the feasibility of a community survey similar to what was done.
Okay, someone wish to second that?
Well, except for the fact that we've used those surveys the past few times we've worked through our strategic plan. So what we're doing is we're doing the legwork that was used when we went in for strategic planning, because we saw the results for it, and then that helped shape our strategic plan. So all we're doing is we're setting the next council up so that they can get into action, faster. And it also allows new staff to get a pulse on, getting familiar with what was done, making it better and improving it, and then bringing, that survey back to council. Is there anything more that they would like to use? But the strategic plan, we used it. Like, we used it.
Well, yeah, I'm just wondering if what you're talking about is something that fits under this document. I'm just not why the consultation this financial plan and not just one of the
No,
things that
you're,
into the start.
that's the difference. This isn't consultation, it's input. It's community input, and it's a survey to see where community priorities are. But that is not generally the consultation is here's the trails thing that we would like. What's your thought? I bet I see Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah. So I think the policy would be standalone. And so I wouldn't recommend that we put the survey with the policy, but I think the survey becomes part of that input that is included in the policy. So each year we go through the process. As part of the input we gather, we would do maybe the survey in terms of, in addition to the public house, but this is to set policy as opposed to set the detailed plan for what we're going to do this year. But it's more the policy around the overarching process. So I think we disconnect the two. We move forward with the policy, and as part of the budget planning process, that we would then consider whether we capture survey or other public input for this year.
So you want to move option 1?
I'm comfortable with option 1 or option 2, but I think, I guess what I'm uncoupling the survey.
Why are you
aspect.
uncomfortable with it?
No, I'm uncoupling.
Uncoupling. I'm like uncomfortable. Uncoupling.
No, I'm
And I guess the only way
separating
that
the
I
two.
see that is to begin the 2023-2027 financial planning process and using that as a stair in the stairwell for it. So I just see it as part of the financial planning process, understanding it's going to take a while to build it. So start the process now. That's why I see it as involved with that, is it's just a something in the toolbox for the financial planning process.
Yeah, sorry.
Just as a recommendation, perhaps council would choose to put public survey every 3 years in the public engagement section under this. And we could start with this year.
It's a brilliant idea because it really, timestamps it nicely in the way that I cycle with council. It's a brilliant
The
idea.
one we've done in the past has been useful, I think, really. I mean, it was like 10 questions and it said, what's your priorities versus this? Would you support this? And it has been useful information, I think, the 2 or 3 times that we've actually done it. And it's just how many responses you get back from the public kind of thing. But it does give you an indication on what their concerns are, whether it's potholes in the roads, whether it's trail connectivity, whether it's medical. And this time it might be the medical services and the effect that it's having on the hospital and the shutdown. So it does give you a pulse a bit on where the community is. It's been useful. Whether it's linked to this, I think it would be good to do one again. It's been a few years to do one. And it would provide a new council some direction in regards to what things the community really has concerns about.
So I have made a motion, but I like how the incorporation, so I just would like some help wording that in. So do you have some suggestions? Because that
I would recommend withdraw that motion, make a new motion to amend the policy to include on an annual basis or whatever the period is. The district begins the process by doing the community survey.
Okay, so don't second option number 2 and then then move option 1 with the amendment of including the community survey for every 3 years in the policy.
What I was saying is along the lines of decoupling, so completing the policy piece first, which is adding a sentence to say on an annual basis you conduct a community survey, and after that, council will still have to debate which option must.
Okay, so we're letting the first one fail. Motion to amend the policy to include a community survey every 3 years as part of the financial. Thanks, Bill. For the record, Councillor Herring has seconded something for Councillor Sim. First time in 4 years.
A second. Yeah. All those in favor? Thank you. Okay,
Now we're back to 1 or 2.
And I'd move option.
all those in favor? That is passed. Thank you. Okay, 18.3 financial update. Staff, would you like to speak with that?
I don't have a financial presentation, but I have. So in front of you, we have, we're doing well in our financial reports. And just under Schedule 1, I just want to remind you that the financial plan was developed for 12 months and it's not. So if you look at the revenue side, you have to unfortunately go line by line. You'll notice this time we're seeing the over from last. And we had a little. In this last quarter, finance has collected on the we collected 91% of all that revenue. We have about 9% outstanding. We have this is additional information. We have at this June, we had about 46 properties that were in arrears, so they're late, but they're 1 year late. And then we have 11 properties that are delinquent. However, since that time, those are the properties that could come up. It's really hard to make sure that those properties, as much as possible. Back to revenue side, we talked about the property tax, now the other option, or the other highlight is sales and service. Septic receiving is doing really well, doing better than planned, where I think we've hit our plan. We're already at 100%. So from here on in, we're budgeted for. On the expense side, if our numbers are higher than 50%, that means we're better than budget, and all our areas were doing really good, except for debt repayment, which we did pay that also in March. So in all areas we're doing well, and we're on budget. Along on the project side of things, the next report, Schedule B. It's year to date, we've spent $344,000 other projects compared to our budget of $3.9 million. So we have $3.6 million to spend. That is going to come online. We've just gone through a really busy season with all the trails and the projects that will come online as we pay them. This is basically what we call cash phase. And then on the operating projects, we spent $20,000. Just giving you some really high-level highlights. We have 4 projects that are complete. Yay! We have 14 that we're working on a schedule, and 15 that are reserved. We have 4 projects that are, so these are the 4 projects. They're the Brookfield Bridge, which we identified in quarter 1. We have identified the second floor expansion that is at risk, and renovation is at risk. Clearwater River Trail portion of the Dutch Lake. Which really shouldn't be a surprise for council, but if you have any questions.
I also want to add, when we say it's at risk, what we're meaning for this financial year from January 1 to December 31st. In the back of my mind, in developing, this is my first full year with the District of Clearwater in the budget cycle. I've been monitoring the size of our project lists relative to our resource capacity, and there's a canyon-wide disconnect between the two. And so in future planning sessions, there will be a concerted effort to try to marry project list and expectations with resource availability, because what we are currently doing, I'm afraid, is not sustainable.
Any questions for staff on this?
I guess the only question I have is when it's the risk of time, but are these all okay to transfer into 2023? So there's no problem there.
How we tried to triage some of these projects were, if it's external funded, grants as an example, those have hard deadlines we have to meet. Those get executed first, and that's why a concerted effort has been placed on the trails projects in the community this year. Some of the other projects that we have funded with internal funding sources, we're still working on them in the background, but in terms of execution, we don't believe that we will be in a position with the election and the preparation involved for the election, after the election, that we would be able to sustain.
Any other questions? Councillor Taylor?
Not so much a question, more as a suggestion when we build out business cases, having that sense of level of staff effort in addition to cost, because sometimes it's like, oh yeah, we can fund it, but can we support it from a resource perspective? I think that would be good to bring into those business cases for the budgeting conversations.
Counselor Sim?
You raise a really good point, but I'm also going to suggest, is that something that should be factored in, because a lot of the businesses cases came in through staff anyway. So it should almost be vetted. Again, I don't see that coming to council. I see if it arrives on the council desk, it's because it's been vetted, that we've got the ability, we've got the manpower, and it's gone through that process. But I don't know if we've ever had a function like that. So I think it's a great thing to mention.
Yeah, so just to add to that, it could be that there's two projects and they both require the same resource, and they're both coming to council for council to make the decision as to which one of those two takes priority, potentially. So I think if it gets pre-vetted, then the prioritization is happening by staff as opposed to bringing it to council for prioritization. But I think it really needs to be clear where, like, how many of these proposed business cases can actually be delivered from a resource perspective, not just a cost.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I think it's spot on.
Perfect.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, we have a recommendation that the council receive the period ended June 30th, 2022 quarterly financial report for information.
I'll move that.
Moved by Councillor Taylor.
Second.
Second by Councillor Banford. All those in favor? Yes, thank you. Okay, next up, regional planning agreement renewal. Recommendation from Regina this morning, sorry. Or today, yes. Moved by Councillor Sim. Second by Councillor Taylor. Favor? Let's pass. Thank you. Go, I guess.
Stephanie, can we just say how marvelous your co-partners are in the audience? Yeah, like you guys are outstanding. Like, this is so boring, I can't stand it. But you guys are fantastic, just amazing. So thank you for coming, really, and thank you for being such good audience members.
We're getting staff out there because I'm also.
And you're amazing too, just saying. And Alice, thanks for coming. Annabelle, always good to see you. No problem. I am running fast. Oh, Annabelle, life is long and very, very mysterious with twists and turns.
Are we waiting for John to come back?
Oh, I didn't catch what he said, so I wasn't sure if I had to wait, if there was something.
Can we continue?
Is that what it was?
Recess?
Call 5-minute recess? Okay, let's do that.
Curious. I'm wondering, given the length of it, I do notice that Alice is there, and I'm curious.
So we have submitted a request for the contract. With that's all possible. That would be said. I have authorized funding.
About 6:30 this morning when I was driving through.
That's probably part of that. So I get the sense that this proposition will require when I have to sit down.
I feel that there's just one more thing that should be said on that, is that just to give you a structure, is that council approves a budget for our infrastructure, and then that is carried on through different projects. The potholes throughout the community, thank goodness, we've got a lifetime project there, because I think that the report that we were given, what was it, $9.5 million to do all the road upgrades? No, that's
Oh,
that's
no.
that's the cost. So that the role of council is to say, okay, so we don't have 9.5. How much do we have? And that's why the discussion about the financial plan, about how much can we put into reserves so that we can start addressing these realities. So, you know, that's one of the key functions of council, is the infrastructure. How do we pay for that? Us, like every other community across Canada, we're struggling, and we're trying to get priorities. So that's what the CAO has done, is he's asked that our contractor go out with our supervisor, make some priorities and get those fixes. But you can actually go into the District of Clearwater, into Símpcwemc, and you can actually look at some of those reports. Have you had a chance to do that? You know, if once you meet with our CAO, it's just you go into sort of Símpcwemc, and it's council documents, and you can go in and you can actually see a lot of the reports and see some of those findings with it. Yeah.
I just want to add, so generally when we plan for this stuff, like when I first got in office, I was pretty surprised. We found out we have like 72 kilometers of roads in Clearwater. So when we incorporated as a municipality, we took on so many roads for such a small population. So every year, this is not the first time we've had this discussion. It's definitely hard for us to figure out what the balance is of what can get done. So definitely talk to John about specific things, but basically if you look at our general policies, every year we have to determine the level of repair and service that we can afford. And some of that stuff, like a hot in place quick patch, is what's on the budget for this year, because in X number of years is when we've said the road cycle has to be replaced, right? So sometimes it's not the ideal solution. It's just a step in the overall planning process of how we're managing that road. We aren't resourced enough to do the job that we would all love to do on it. So we're just trying to break it up, eat the elephant one bite at a time. I think that's, just what about resources and what we can afford to do at one time. A good example of that is done like really troublized section of the road, because essentially the pothole problems were getting so bad we were like, what's so I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I live on Keywood Road right now, like we're a mouse shark to get up to my house right now. It's unfortunate, but it is part of having 72 kilometers of roads. If we wanted to have the roads of the quality that we'd all like to drive, we could take some conditions.
I'd also like to speak to, because it's a shared sentiment. We see it a lot on Facebook around, oh, you're building trails, but you're not fixing potholes. It's not this or that, because the money for the trails is not taxation, which is what we have to use for roads. It's coming from funding from other governments, federal governments, provincial governments. So it's not, we choose to do the trail instead of the potholes. It's we're doing the trail irrespective of the potholes, if that makes sense. We can't divert. We can't divert that money. Yeah, I agree. I was just speaking to the comment about the trails. That was all.
Anybody else, public? Okay. Okay, sounds good. Annabelle? I didn't even know you were here, actually. Just power through, okay. Okay, moving on here, that. Thank you. 18.5, 15th anniversary District of Clearwater, there's a recommendation. Would staff like to speak to that?
I'll hand it over to Wiley.
Great. Thank you. I have to first off say how much I appreciate being able to attend by Zoom. And it certainly does help when everyone uses their mics. This is my first time on Zoom for a council and really cannot hear anything if you're not using the mics. That's been interesting learning today. So I have the first report here. It regards our upcoming 15th anniversary. Woohoo! So December 3rd will be the 15th anniversary of incorporation for the District of Clearwater. So we're bringing forward a recommendation that we continue what's been happening. We had a 5th anniversary and a 10th anniversary. We'd like to continue that with a 15th anniversary. Myself and the Healthy Living Coordinator have put together some very broad strokes. We're not married to this plan, certainly, but it was an idea to get things started. But we do think that perhaps a committee structure would be better served to move this project forward. Any questions?
Councillor Sim?
Can I ask when inauguration is?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
All right, so what's being proposed for 15th anniversary? I'm just trying to get into the council cycle. So this would be with the new council and not the old council. So what would your committee structure look like?
We'd like to send it over to the Parks, Rec and Social Development Committee, and then they can establish either a working group or take it within their larger committee to facilitate the delivery of the plan.
So supplemental to that, realistically, given the fact that the date being proposed is for December, what would the committee look like? Like, we can debate it at the next social development one, but what's that going to look like? Because you're going to have old and new coming in. Like, are you looking for council involvement, or would it be outside of that?
Great question. And I'm actually not sure I have a really great answer, because you're right about the changeover in the council. So that is a wrinkle. I think what ultimately we were looking for was some additional direction from the committee to make sure that it was fulsome, make sure that we had some really good ideas, get some volunteers. So yes, and that would have to be worked around having the changeover in council. That's one of the reasons why we're starting this process early. We wanted to have this recognized now so that we could start working on it.
Mr.
To add
Thomas?
to Wiley's comments, I think the first thing that needs to be decided, does council want to have an event to recognize the 15th anniversary? If so, our event planning team can certainly deliver something. We don't have to do it through a committee as an option. The second question is, when do we want to recognize that? In December, or do you want to do something before? Do you want to do it as a joint initiative? a community barbecue idea or something else?
Well, I'm excited to set up that marquee tent, for sure. December 3rd is an interesting time for a barbecue. But, you know, I'm always game that we shape things up. Where's the $10,000 being allocated from?
Within the event budget, we will be, there are funds available from two different line items. So they are the other event line item, and the second one escapes me, but there are funds available through those two line items.
Councillor Herring?
Perhaps my opinion's a bit divergent here, but 15 doesn't seem like a real big birthday. Like, I don't know that the district needs a quinceañera. I think we could skip this one. My take.
Other questions or comments?
I think the other reason for recognizing it with, you know, and recognizing that there are, you know, many reasons not to have it, but we've also been looking for a reason to do further and additional community engagement. Council had wanted us to look at doing something in June. That didn't happen because of staff capacity. And so now we're looking at this and saying, well, we have both the capacity and the budget.
Councillor Herring?
I feel like if we have the capacity in the budget, rather than throwing like a birthday party for ourselves, we could theme an event around something to do with our winter activities, tourism, something like that. It's just my take on this is when I look at an event like this, it looks very like navel gazing when we have an opportunity to just do something fun and outside, but that's my take on it.
Councillor Sim?
So I'm fine if we move this to the Parks and Rec. I'm more keen on the next item, which is the volunteer appreciation, and how that be a focus, and the line item become, here's your 15th annual pin. And I would also suggest, if we're going to do something, what I do like about after the election is somehow acknowledging everybody who runs, because it's all for community betterment. So it can become quite wide, and I love the fact that we would be celebrating our citizens with the district being the line item. So I appreciate you instigating that, Councillor Herring. But we can move it forward.
Any other questions or comments?
Hold on. Looking at the next item on the agenda, Kenneth's also had a citizen recognizing for their contribution to the community. I think it would be nice to have that as part of it, not just volunteers, but those people who have really contributed to the community over a period of time with the work that they do. So I agree. I mean, I think those two things are quite important to have, and it'd be nice to have those two things maybe be the focus.
Any other questions or comments on that? Councillor Frizzle? No. So,
Well, let's just defer it to, I'll move to, we move it
Thank
to
you.
the Parks, Rec and Culture Committee, and we can kick it down that road. And perhaps that would allow staff to come up with some more than, you know, maybe some other ideas in conjunction, rather than just the broad strokes of a barbecue. Maybe there's some other ideas, but I will move it for that. And then hopefully we can get to the next item.
we have a seconder? Second by Councillor Herring.
Third
time. All those in favor? Thank you. Okay, next up, recognizing community volunteers. There's a recommendation. Someone wish to move option 1?
So comments on this?
Yes. comments.
So I really like option 1. I'm not keen on the barbecue for a volunteer type thing. I would like to see some sort of a dinner, a little more fitting. It could be a brunch. It just, to me, it needs to be a meal with some formal affair. And I do note that in the report, it's in conjunction with the 15th. So I think we're already addressing it. And I wasn't, have I missed where there's money for this one? Because I think we just found $10,000.
The idea was to include the cost of this first event from the funding from the 15th anniversary, which, given the discussion, I think fits right in with where the council is going.
Yeah, it seems like you've already preempted our discussion. So well done, well done.
Questions or comments on that? Councillor Frizzle.
I like the idea of having the celebrating the volunteers, and then we could just sort of be the added addendum that, oh, by the way, it's our 15th anniversary. I don't think we need to be the focal point. I think the volunteers are. And like you say, 15 years of volunteers, we can, wear a pin, whatever that is, but just.
Well, I think that the fun thing is that community is only as strong as its volunteer base, really.
Absolutely.
And the fact that we are celebrating the community, we are where we've come from and where we have yet to go. And that's our people. So are we option?
What is a decision of
Oh.
council for this one?
Well, option 2 is a little bit different. So option 2, we get to have, and I would say a community event. And no, oh yeah, no, that's fine.
Option 1 is that staff bring back a report, and option 2 is that it's referred to one of the committees.
Yeah, I clicked over. I thought it was going to be forming a committee, but it's not. That's
Option 1 without the community barbecue.
Move option 1 without the community barbecue. Councillor Herring, move that. Seconder.
I'll second.
Councillor Taylor, all those in favor?
okay.
Or
But now we get
there's
to make
more
a motion to
discussion.
have a volunteer acknowledgement. Okay. Well, yes, but all right, never mind, that's great.
Okay, 18.7, rescind asset disposal policies. Any questions for staff regarding that? There's a recommendation. To me, it seems just like a housekeeping item to me. Oh, sorry. Mover and a seconder on that. Moved by Councillor Frizzle. Second by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? Pass. Thank you. Free transit on election day. Anyone wish to move that? Moved by Councillor Banford.
Second.
Second by Councillor Sam. Thank you. All those in favor? It's passed. Election staff remuneration. Questions or comments regarding that to staff? None. A mover and a seconder for the recommendation.
Sorry, just a question. So we're directing staff just to create the policy, but we'd review and approve that at the next council meeting. Is that correct? Okay. I'll move that.
Moved by Councillor Taylor. Second by Councillor Herling. All those in favor? Pass. Thank you. 18.10 staff report, Durban Act chairs. Mr. Mayor. Thanks for being patient.
Yes, you have a staff report here with some options for Adirondack chairs. The ones we installed in the past were not of a high enough quality to last very long. They were abused by the public a little bit. Some of the options for a better quality chair. We could purchase them from a variety of hardware stores, that sort of thing, but those still are meant for private residents. we want to get a chair that's meant for commercial quality, we should be looking at something made out of aluminum and recycled plastic. And they run somewhere around $800 to $1,000 plus installation, possibly freight, that sort of thing on top. Come in a wide variety of colors. So it's something that we could add to the budget process for next year.
Questions, Mr. Mayor? Mr. Herring?
I really like both designs. I personally kind of prefer the second design. And my main reasoning there is the Adirondack design where it dips in the back is like particularly hard to get out of for seniors. So it makes them less usable for the bulk of our population. And whereas the flat design allows people to stand up easier and sit down easier, I think. So I think that's a key thing. Other than that, I like to see the bolts in the side for the flats. That's great. Hopefully we won't have things missing next time.
Well, that is the problem. If you put in something that's really nice, some people like to take it too.
Yeah, exactly. So bolts are good. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just, I like the recommendation, given where we are in the seasons, that this come forward in the budget discussion for next year.
Next year, yeah.
Oh, question.
Councillor Sim.
So with that, because we've seen lots of supply disruptions, when does this have to be ordered by in order to guarantee it for next year?
Ordering time right now is 2 to 3 months at least. So we would want to be placing our order in March next year to have it for springtime.
Perfect. Okay.
Or earlier, yes. The sooner the better.
So I am noting that there's a possible delay of the plans for the Upper North Thompson Sportsplex design that has got $10,000 attached to it. I would hate to see this get lost. We do also have council contingency, but to me, this is a really great social project for the community. I don't know if council has an appetite to move it forward out of this budget or just wait for it.
That's okay.
Do we have a plan for where we would put these if we were to get them?
Splash Park and the beach for sure. They both have existing concrete platforms where they could be placed. Because that's another consideration is irrigation, grass, traffic flow, things like that. So, but certainly at those two parks, those are our two busiest parks, and we do have spots there that we place them.
That's Frizzle.
Is this 8:30 or the 9:50?
That's the 8:30. I believe.
Oh, wow.
Great.
Budget and nicer. Woo.
So back to my question, I'm wondering if council has an appetite to put that, to use some funding this year to pre-purchase or wait?
Well, I would say if we only have 2 existing locations where we can commit to placing them, then maybe 2 in each of those locations. Is that?
So when we did it last time, we had there was probably 4 down at the beach, are really nice.
Yes, I think we could place 4 on the concrete under the existing shelter there, under the gazebo. Last time we also put some at the info center, but that's not our property.
No, that didn't really work. But I would also say McMahon Park. I'm just really surprised at how many coffee gatherings there are down there, and it's a beautiful spot.
Yeah.
It would need a concrete pad.
I didn't know if those picnic tables were on a concrete pad or not.
They're just sitting on concrete block.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know if there's an option there, but let's say, so 2 there, 4. I would also say 2 for along the new trail somewhere, which would be a nice spot. I would do, I would go for 10.
It's a lot because we have space to pull in concrete. I would rather
Recognizing that there could be a delay in supply, I don't know that I would want to buy 10 if we don't know exactly where we're going to put them and that we have space on concrete to support them. And then we risk wasting money as opposed to why don't we start with 4 or 6? I don't know. Start with the number where we can commit to placing them and potentially add more in future if we identify additional places and can get concrete in place. I don't see the rush for 10. It's like we can
I just see
add
we've got
more
so many
later.
beautiful spaces that to me, I feel we could probably do 10, but I love your thought process, and I would look at going up to 10 and asking for staff's input based on all your criteria, which is very prudent.
I think this could be combined with something kind of fun where you say, you have people submit their suggestions for their favorite spot in town where they'd like to see a chair, for example, because I think there's lots of people in our town who have a spot, have like something, and it's a good way for us to kind of get people to share what they love about the community, and we can kind of publish those stories as well. That's right. Yeah, absolutely.
Would this also fall under our bench dedication? Could
Memorial bench.
the
policy.
memorial bench, would this do a memorial chair, or does that complicate things given the criteria? But I think our benches also require cement and some different facets.
They would
What are your
still-
thoughts?
They're very similar to a bench. The benches have anchor bolts or anchor brackets on them as well and stuff like that. They're just a little bit smaller, but the benches have actually gone up considerably in price as well. This might work under memorial bench policy.
So we could advertise this out, like the bench policy, and say, if you'd like to buy one of these, you can buy one and you can have it placed to that.
Thomas?
Is this separate from the idea that was pitched earlier by Valley Pride? Of benches and all of that.
Ties in. It could absolutely be crossover there, I think.
Because next year, if Valley Pride does bring something forward and council adopts it, we'll be looking at a portfolio of 20 or portfolio of what number?
Yeah.
So I would put forward to make a motion in accordance with Councillor Taylor is to purchase 6, knowing that we've got to start, and it allows us an opportunity to maybe build on the program, incorporate it into the bench, and also identify opportunities with Valley Pride and also the diversity, equity, and inclusion. But the 6 is the modest. We know we can fit them. If anybody wanted to do a friendly amendment of 8, I wouldn't oppose.
So my only question then to staff is that apparently there was some money that may not be used. Are we just canceling that money then for the second floor study?
No.
For the sportsplex? Are we just taking that money and saying, okay, we're not going to do the survey now because we're using the money to buy chairs? Or are we just sort of saying we're going to use the money now and we'll have to replenish that money next year?
That's a great question. It depends on what council wants to do. If the project is canceled, the money is free. If the project is a carry forward, the money is committed.
So what are the funding options for the bench? For the chairs?
We could wait till the end of the park operating season and see if there's surplus at that time.
Have we ever had surplus for the parks? Given how modest the budget is?
I'm not sure. It's pretty tight.
Yeah.
So I think we need to determine first if this is actually a tangible asset or not. Can't be mixing up operations and tangible assets. So funding through surplus, you can't be mixing those up. They have to be. So I would love to take it away and work with Roger and.
That sounds good. Sounds like a very good
Amendment to my motion is that to direct staff to look at the funding of 6 Adirondack benches and bring forward to the next Park Rec Social Committee.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Pass.
Yeah,
Yeah,
would have
I
gone for
would.
4.
Although I have to say, you are such a wise sage owl over there. I always take it quite nicely when there's a subject in your corner.
Okay, council procedure bylaw review. This is gonna be the doozy, yeah. Well, I mean, can we pick a time quick?
Yes, you can,
Yeah, okay,
for sure.
okay. Staff, would you like to speak to that?
We'll tag team.
Okay. So this isn't, we don't have a draft bylaw before you. We just have, but where there's been discussions about moving about several changes that we wanted, that council had wanted to explore at least within the council procedure bylaw, as well as some other housekeeping matters to take care of. And that's what we're kind of proposing to develop, and just looking for your direction if that's the bylaw you would like to see us introduce next meeting.
To add to that, in a couple of the election information sessions, and council meetings actually, the timing of the meeting was identified as an area for reconsideration by council. One of the questions we are looking for direction on is, if council is moving the start time of the meetings from 2 p.m., what would be the ideal start time for council? Would it be 5, 6, 7 p.m.? I understand in the past it was starting at 7 p.m. The other consideration on that is, what would be a reasonable end time for a council meeting, a hard end time, or would it be open-ended? Because one consideration that has to be balanced is the expectation for staff working till, let's say, 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock at night and having to return to work at 8:30 the following morning. I don't know that that will be a viable option in the sense of not creating staff burnout within the organization, especially in the management team who are already working significant hours beyond the normal operating hours of the office. The other piece that we are seeking direction on is the schedule, the frequency of the meetings. So currently we are meeting the first and third Tuesday of every month, except for July, August, and December, and on the occasion in the past, March. Staff is recommending that council consider shifting to a 3-week cycle because of the challenges with completing all the action items from a previous council meeting and then preparing for the next council meeting. And also, for example, we have a 200-page package today that took an incredible amount of work to prepare. Council, in theory, has Saturday, Sunday, Monday to get ready to read that entire package and be ready to consider the content of that package in a Tuesday council meeting. And we're just looking, is that adequate time? Does council require a little bit more time? We would certainly appreciate a little bit more time in terms of a 3-week rotation rather than 2-week. Another thing that we're looking for, this is minor housekeeping, creating a mechanism that council can actually change the location of a meeting without having to call a meeting first to change the location of the meeting, and also tidying up some of our electronic communication abilities that was created as a result of COVID-19 regulations from the province. Procedure for conflict of interest, that's not necessarily very clearly laid out in the procedure bylaw, and it should. Standards for agenda headings. So right now we have several agenda headings that we are not necessarily using on a regular basis because of some changes that was made last year. Those are some areas we're looking at tidying up in the bylaw. But the substantive areas is start time, we're looking for direction, and the frequency of meetings.
Councilor Grant. So given the frequency of the meeting change, which I understand, there's a set number of meetings that we have now per year. We'd have the same amount of meetings on a 3-week basis?
No.
No?
Currently, we're having approximately 21 regular council meetings. Council can create a special council meeting at any point, but we have 21 with a first and third Tuesday of each month rotation. If we were to move to a 3-week rotation model, we'll be looking at 17 to 18 meetings on an annual basis, with the option of adding more meetings, special meetings, for things like budgets and stuff if necessary.
And the other question I have is that one of the things, I guess, maybe before we set a start time, I understand that. I'm not sure whether it'll be a new council's responsibility to decide when they want to have their meetings. I know we've talked about evening meetings, we've talked about a hybrid. So were we going to go to a hybrid thing or not, where there'd be a 6-month rotation of evening or 1 year of evenings and then 1 year of whatever? I'm not sure if we ever solved that question of whether we're going to go to a hybrid or not.
I think for me, I'm with you there, Barry. I think this is a better decision for the next council. The reason I don't want to do it now is because frankly, I could weaponize this. I could pick someone I don't like in the community and don't want to be on council next time and choose a meeting time that doesn't allow them to participate. That's something I could totally do as part of this decision. And if that's something that's possible, then that's something that the community is able to see that we do. So it makes more sense for letting the community elect the new council and let the community's elected representatives for the next term set their procedure and schedule. That's my take on it.
So I had that thought. And I think the reason we were going down this route was because it's very hard to make a decision to run if you can't commit to 2 p.m. as it stands right now. And so I think that's the challenge we're trying to address. If we move it to an evening, do we open it up for more people to run and make it more viable for a broader or more diverse population of the community, people who have the 9-to-5 job and can't come to 2 p.m. meeting.
Conversely, you might make it more difficult for parents of young children who don't have time in the evenings because they can't get childcare, right? So either way we're doing this, we're making an impact. I feel like let the community decide who they elect and then allow that group to tailor the meetings to suit their needs and who they've been elected by.
You could publicize the fact too that the new council will set the stem of meetings. So it could be in the afternoon, the evening, whenever. I mean, if people knew that, that would be their ability then in the future date to set that.
Councillor Sam.
One of the reasons why I'm quite passionate about this is because I heard 2 of our colleagues who thought it was going to be addressed after the election. And it's been 4 years before we've answered that question on their behalf. And I want to make amends for that, for me. Second is I've had the opportunity to be on a council where it was in the evenings and where it was in the daytime. And I have had 3 kids. I've had a husband away where I juggled eggs and they often fell flat. But I think before you make that decision to run, I've had lots of people and it's like, I don't know if I can make a daytime, evening. I don't know. I would like for clarity so people knew what they were in for is to do it. And if they want to change it as a council, they can do that. They can do it afterwards. But I think it just sets up some guideposts.
Yeah, even just at our election office meeting there, you know, the few people that had talked, it depended if whether it was evening meetings or not, if they were even going to run. Well, yeah, I see points on both sides, but I mean, I would like to.
And I agree. I had never looked at it from that perspective before. So thank you for taking me to dark corners.
You know me.
I'm
a very corrupt politician. Yeah.
So a couple of other points of input. The way we do it at the Board of Education, I don't know how they do it at TNRD. We do our in-camera at 5:30 and then our regular meeting at 7. We have to have a resolution that we would extend the meeting past 9. That has to be passed unanimously. So there's your hard deadline about how that goes. I just throw that out for a comparison of how that works. One of the things that I'm really struggling with is getting used to the new committee structure. And I wonder if there's a way that, and again, at the school board, we have our committee meetings outside, and then we bring those recommendations to the regular council meeting. So if we do a 3-week rotation, do we do the second week that it's the committee structure, or maybe being a bit more efficient with our time? I think if it were to go to an evening, if you've got an in-camera and you've got a regular council and you've got all those committees, that can be a danger zone. So looking at that committee meeting in there is an important thing, but I inherently like the idea of the 3-week if we were to remove the committee meeting. So there's a bit more time to bring that forward. Those are my input. And I would favor a 7 p.m. start time for regular council, 5:30.
Councillor Frizzle?
Just from past experience, knowing how it worked before, the committee meetings were at 5 o'clock. Had a dinner break from whatever after the committee meeting till 7 it was, wasn't it? But we don't have that structure now. So I would probably propose a 6 o'clock rather than a 7, just because.
You wouldn't do anything beforehand? Like, do you want
Yeah.
council to start at 7? And so I'm just
Yeah,
getting
okay,
some
yeah.
clarification.
Yeah, I guess, because you're talking in camera, right?
Yeah, or the prior or something, but they're. When,
Oh, because if we're doing the committee meetings now within the agenda,
I'm not, yeah, I'm struggling with that.
so that.
Councillor Bradford?
Just one other consideration for staff, I guess, I don't know. I mean, I went through 3 years, I guess, of evening meetings too. And they were okay. I'm not sure if there's a financial consideration that has to go if we go to evening meetings. We had a meeting, we took a break, usually we had supper that the council provided, then we went to another meeting. So it was a committee meeting first, and then a break, and then the full council meeting after. Some of them certainly went longer than 9. You know, the clock. So I
Would
guess
today.
setting a fixed time would be reasonable kind of thing, and you'd have to look at your agenda and how that's gonna go, walk to that. Or you just let it go as long as it's gonna go. Attendance wise, didn't seem to make a lot of difference in the evening or for participation of counselors. Yeah, I can see that either way, like Councillor Herring said, with kids or not with kids or whatever. Participation wise, to be honest, it didn't seem to make a lot of difference from a public participation. I mean, it worked either way.
Certain topics that are gonna bring them in, I think. Councillor Taylor?
I do like the idea of in camera being before, because then the public participation isn't impacted by that earlier in camera because it would be closed.
I don't know if we can do it because we had to change it so that we never conclude the council meeting. We have to, and it's now closed. So I don't know if we can. I'd be curious about that.
So the way we, you actually have to open the meeting in a public meeting and then go into camera unless, sorry? Yep. So that's an important governance piece that has to be maintained. But that doesn't mean the regular meeting can't be scheduled for 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. Go into camera, but we would have to heavily communicate that distinction out to the public. The other piece to be mindful of is sometimes councillors can go into camera and staff believe that may take half an hour and it take 5 minutes. And then that gap between finishing the in-camera and completing the regular agenda may not serve the public interest from a patient perspective, because they may not know when to come for the meeting.
Yeah.
And
Councillor Frizzle?
And there is a difficulty of staff working all day and then being there all night. I remember that problem. It was hard to navigate that one, to get it.
So currently the district provides, I believe, up to 10 paid days to excluded staff members who are working outside of the operating hours of the district as a way to compensate for overtime. One of the strategic planning session we did last fall, I had shown some of the overtime hours staff was putting in, and that was quite significant already. If the district finds itself in a situation where staff is putting hours above and beyond that, the 10 days will not be adequate, as an example. And the flex time, I think, will have to become a serious consideration for starting later the following day or something like that.
Councillor Sim?
I certainly favor starting later the following day. It still doesn't mean like anytime you go on holidays, it's actually miserable coming back because you've got like 2 weeks of work to catch up on. So I'm not always sure that the flex time works in that. I would be curious is if we move to a 3-week meeting rotation, and if it doesn't prove to be working, when can we go back? What would be the direction to go back? I don't want to be a wishy-washy council that can't land on anything, but I wonder if the 3-week rotation might actually address staff time and the preparations, and then the ability to manage the workload, which I think is an important consideration. I still favor even if it's a 5:30 and doing the committee meetings and not tying it in, and then the 7 p.m. regular with an in camera if need be. And then seeing how that 3-week rotation works. I feel uncomfortable with meetings as required. My schedule gets too mucked up. I get really discombobulated when those are photobombed in. Mhm.
Counselor Frizzle.
So are you saying you want to have the committee meeting ahead of the regular meeting, or do you want to have the committee meeting in between?
I would,
somewhere in the
I'm
3 week
fine
span?
however it ties out. I just think if and again, favoring a 7 o'clock start, I don't see the committee meetings working within that time frame, because I would also favor a 9 p.m. Completion unless there was that. There's lots of councils that go way past that. So how do you get the business done, but how do you do it recognizing different people's schedules? So to be clear, I would start at 5:30 with the committee meetings, or I would do committee meetings at a different time and then bring the recommendations to the regular council for that. And I would also be interested in if how other councils do it in terms of in cameras, if they do start the meeting and then there is a break, knowing that the rest of the meeting would start at 7. So it's almost like you schedule that in. So it didn't matter how long the in camera, that was the first item on the agenda. And then you move to that. But those are just my questions.
So I actually, sorry.
No, Counselor Taylor.
I actually prefer the committee meetings embedded in the regular council meeting. The reason being, before we kind of had to wait for the slot in the schedule to do finance or to do Parks and Rec, but now we can kind of bring it into any meeting, so it can be more timely to address issues that we need to address. Plus, we don't feel the need to fill an hour for each one, which I think sometimes it felt like we were filling an hour when what we actually needed to address could be done in a shorter time period. That's why I have that preference.
I would just want to clarify, I meant keeping the way we have our committees now, but have it like that same option just before. So it's bulk together, just taken out. Sorry, I wasn't clear on that. Okay. I agree with the being nimble right now and how that allows that more nimbleness. I like that. But I'd like it being held outside of that. So it's blocked out. I don't know why it makes a difference to me, but there's a lot of things people raise their eyebrows at. But I would like to do it outside.
Councilor Bradford.
Just a quick, this is more directed to staff, I guess, to be quite honest. There's a recommendation here. It seems like we're looking at two things. Are we okay? No. I guess we're looking at two things, and maybe if we're looking at two decisions, the recommendation is for staff to develop a procedures bylaw and bring it back, right? So I don't know whether in that you could bring back options, looking at different start times, 5:30, 6 o'clock, committee meeting first, not committee meeting. I'm not sure if that's the way to best get through this. The other question is, are we going to go to a 3-week cycle and a 2-week cycle on the first and third? So it seems to be two distinct decisions that need to be made here. Number one is the cycle of the meetings versus the time of the meetings. I'm not sure whether we can make one of those decisions at least, and whether staff could look at it and say, well, here's some options for the time and what it would look like and what structure it would look like as far as committee, not committee first, whatever, just to try to move through this and get one phase of it done, if not all of it.
We could certainly just make one change rather than changing two variables. The start time alone is going to have a ripple effect on everything else in terms of governance delivery. And so we're trying to figure out, what does council want us to do in terms of changing the time from 2 p.m. And if we're changing it from 2 p.m., what is the preferred start time? So we can build that into the draft bylaw.
So to specifically address that, that start time of regular council meetings, page 143, changing from 2 p.m. to state new time only. So all we really need to do is to state the start time of a council meeting.
Would it be better to know if we're gonna go the 3-week schedule? And then you'll be able to figure out how you can fit in if you do it at nighttime. You fit in staff time. Like, will the staff time work more efficiently for time off and, coming in at different times or whatever it is? I don't know, I'm not making sense.
I see what you're saying. You're trying to balance, but we still have the business of the district that has to be the first priority,
Yes.
right? And part of that business case is the staff time, because they do. But I would want to phrase it that what do we need to get the work of the district done?
Yes.
And to do it. But in terms of, I've got my ideas, but you guys.
Is it an option on the days for staff to start later on that day? I'm just trying to think of. There's
Do you mind if
a lot
I
of variables.
provide some?
No, by all means,
help?
please.
I would recommend council decide on the start time first. Forget the cycle piece. What's the preference and the temperature of council for start time?
I would do a 5:30, whether it be for the in-camera or the committee. Regular council starts at 7 p.m. That would be mine.
Okay, let's go with regular council, 7 p.m. Is council in agreement on 7 p.m. start time? Regular council meeting.
I'm in agreement with anything after 3 myself.
Yeah. I just want to say, I'm going to vote against it because I don't believe we should be making the decision. So I'm staying out of whether or not I think what time is appropriate.
Do you want that to be a recorded vote?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. Councilor Banford, are you?
Banford, you.
Existing council before I made this decision. But that was the council.
Sir Taylor.
Maybe there's a compromise here where if what we're trying to do is avoid promising, we can change it when you get here, and then not doing it. If that's what we're trying to avoid, then is there an option where we specifically table this to the inauguration meeting or the meeting right after it, or like schedule that this decision will be made at that time by the new council, so we avoid promising that we'll shape it and then not doing it, but we're at the same time not making the decision.
Councillor Sim.
I would be uncomfortable with the first meeting being when do you want to meet and having that as the potential clash, right? Like that to me. So if we're not going to make a new decision, then stick with 2 o'clock and making it clear that there can be. My feedback from the community has been that the 2 o'clock is not appealing for a lot of people. And it's one of the things that I strengthened towards 7 for that. I just would like to, especially with a new vision for the community and attracting, people who are interested. That's where I'm going to sit on this one. Is I would favor a 7, and I favor we make a decision today to move forward. I'd like people to know what they're in for, and again, it's providing those clear guidelines as the baton is passed.
Has anybody suggested the hybrid and how that would work? I don't even know what a hybrid would look like. Has anybody come up with something?
So if council is having challenges with deciding 2 week, 3 week and that sort of stuff, throwing in another variable of a 2 p.m. and a 7 p.m. is going to be extremely difficult. Or a 7 p.m. and a virtual model is going to be, I think there's benefit in consistency. People know what to expect on a regular basis, so I would not recommend a hybrid model. No.
I felt that there was a financial loss by going to afternoons. I think it really closed off opportunities. I found it challenging. On a personal level. On a personal level, I found it tough. Yeah, I found that to be difficult. But I mean, and I watched Councillor Taylor, work really, really hard to come down that road. And especially if you've got people that don't have to drive it like I had today, Councillor Herring, yourself with school, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Frizzle, your schedule, it is all over the place, but I don't know how you felt. But anyway, I'm ready to move on this. I'd like to go 7, but I won't make.
Comments on that? I'm personally, I'm good anytime after 3 o'clock, so 5, 6, 7, whatever. Guys, like to decide on. I'm all for it. But, yeah.
I mean, it's not a compromise for me one way or the other, to be quite honest. In some ways, evening meetings are easier, as long as you have a fixed time that they're going to stop. But then my schedule is a bit different than other people's schedule, kind of a thing, right? It's a bit complicated now for 5 months, but other than that, it's just, I really don't know. One thing I know is that if you have a fixed time to stop it, it's really reasonable, but I don't know if you're going to be able to get all the business done in a fixed time to stop. For 2 hours, I mean, very rare. We've had meetings that are, not that rarely, we have meetings that go longer than 2 hours. Kind of a thing, right? So today, I guess that's the other question. How do you judge that at the end of the thing? You don't want meetings to go until 11 o'clock at night, but Councillor Sim.
So in the spirit of moving things along, I am going to throw out there for debate that council direct staff to develop a new council procedure bylaw and to specifically address the start time of regular council meetings changing from 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. only, and that the bylaw be brought forward to the September 6th council meeting for consideration. Noting that September 7th is the deadline for people to sign up. But I'll throw that out there.
So I'm going to second that. And if the new council really doesn't like it, they can fix it.
Second by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor?
Oh, no, you have to have discussion.
No discussion. Sorry.
I will say that I actually like that idea. I think it gets us moving forward.
You guys have been delaying on this for
I know.
Mhm.
So it's
this is it.
We're taking
Yeah,
a step
let's do it.
forward.
Any other comments? All those in favor? That's passed. Oh, sorry. Those opposed? And you would like that recorded. Thank you. That's. Okay, Cell 1, Phase 2. Budget request contract award. Now, before we go through this, we'll get, does council wish to discuss more in camera, or are we comfortable moving ahead with the contract before we do this recommendation? Discuss more in camera. I'm good with this one. So. Mr. Thomas,
I
thank you.
feel very
Sorry
compelled
about
to,
us, Des.
remind council that until a contract is signed, disclosing names of bidders will breach policy and will cause legal risks.
I have my full.
The last time I was uncomfortable because I thought, that was an important part and how it played out. And it was a really good learning to appreciate that if you just deal with the facts and remove that element, it was a cleaner process. It adulted us, and then let the chips fall where they may.
Any questions for staff on this? None?
So in the motion, it's,
Yes.
in the motion is asking for council to do two things. We tendered this project. The grant funding for cell 1 phase 2 is not 100% funded. It is 75-25% split. The 75% is split between the federal and provincial government. The 25% is the municipal government's responsibility. Off that 25%, we anticipated it's going to cost roughly 90 some odd thousand, and we're asking for up to 100,000. Things change by the minute. I don't want to have to come back again for a few more dollars on something that could easily be dealt with. We're proposing the funding source for this project comes from the Small Communities Grant, which is provided annually to municipalities. This year, we were fortunate enough to get an additional $120 some odd thousand, and we're hoping to use some of that funding to cover that expense.
If we don't do this, what happens to the money that's the other 75% that gets turned back to the federal government or whatever else? So we lose the $200,000 or $300,000 that they've provided?
So the cell 1 phase 2 has been going on for a number of years, I believe starting in 2019. The original scope of that project has already been completed. There was some money left over in the grant, and the district saw it as an opportunity to use that additional funds to do some other projects in the municipality. If council does not authorize the additional funds, we will not be in a position to award the contract, and not awarding the contract would effectively mean the final closure of that grant in its entirety. We will complete grant reporting and close out that grant altogether.
And those funds will then go back to the federal government.
It's theirs, so yes.
Theirs, yeah.
And provincial government.
Other questions or comments in regards to this?
I'll move the motion.
No second.
1812. Okay, moved by Councillor Herring. Oh, right. Second by Councillor Frizzle. All those in favor? Pass. Okay, no bylaws, correspondence, letters from residents of Dutch Lake Road concerning road changes.
Are these the white posts?
Yes.
Are they talking about these folks or what's it? If they're not there.
Down towards the.
Talking the ones just down here and they're, I didn't find it. Down by our
What are the white posts for?
Is this-
And they are going to happen. It's part of the plan. The no post back, not no post back, sorry, the delineators are very important to outline roadway, active traffic lane from active transportation lane or the pathways. Normally, the district removes those delineators in the winter season to make it easier to plow snow. What we have been seeing is without the delineators, drivers are confused and drivers are actually driving in those pathway lanes because they're almost as wide as the driving lane. They're about 3.0 meters. And so the delineators are extremely important for risk mitigation to the district, extremely important for maintaining orderly use of the roadway for all users at the moment.
Is this a less expensive option than what they do in larger communities where they would have the green pathways?
I'm unable to answer that because I haven't done that comparison research on green pathway cost of the paint relative to the delineator.
Yeah, I just look at like
Trails.
Vancouver and a lot of different areas, and it's a very clear, how they're identifying it. And so I'm wondering if it's a cost, because I do have to say that the delineators, while important for safety, they're not friendly. Like for use, they feel boxy. Yeah.
I think a couple takeaways from this for me, I think like the delineators themselves are one where my worry with the green painting is that as soon as the snow flies, there's no painting anymore. And it's the same as the delineator, right? So I see that we have to have some delineation, obviously, between the lane and the pedestrian. It's also about signaling our priorities as a municipality. When we signal that pedestrians have a space on that roadway all the time, that's how we're promoting active transportation. So I think it's frustrating to people because people are saying, we're the ones using this, we drive this every day, we prefer not having a sidewalk. That's how it's been in Clearwater. And I think this is something I've heard a lot. But when I was new to this community, one of the most striking factors was how few sidewalks exist in this town, and how for a town full of fit, active walking people, how often we're walking on the roadway. So for me, I mean, I understand the concerns, and I think we can talk about the delineators, but I think this is change coming, and part of change coming is people have to be a little bit aware that it's going to look different. It's not going to look the same as it always has in their neighborhood.
In other communities, you've seen a picture of a bike or a person painted on the roadway, kind of at the beginning of it. I mean, that's different than green, but it clearly delineates that it's a bike lane or it's a walking lane or it's whatever else kind of a thing, right? And I'm not sure whether that is enough just to cover the safety centers. The concern is, I guess, the risk for the district, the liability for the district, but I know there's some delineators that come down the hill too, and it's like reasonably annoying to some degree, right? Them sticking up. I don't know. I think, and if the car rides over them, they get ripped off anyhow. I don't know if they do or not, but I don't know on this one.
I definitely like the idea of exploring that green paint option down the road. Like Roger had mentioned that last meeting there, 4 days, flaggers putting up, that was just for Steeks Hill and taking them down. I'm not 100% sold on them. Yes, they overlook the safety aspect and liability of the district when it comes down to that. But I'm not a fan of them, but I'm also one that sometimes change. It takes me a little bit to warm up to it, but I mean, yeah, definitely would be interested in exploring that, seeing what other options we have. Councilor Taylor?
Yeah, I was just going to add, the topic of green painting instead of delineators has come up at the Trails Task Force, and Ms. Grew pointed out, sorry, Leslie Grew, I guess we don't call her Ms. Grew, pointed out that it is a substantially more costly option, and that's why we've not gone down the route. I don't think it's as straightforward as painting. I think you're actually putting down a colored pavement.
I don't know, that's why
So I think it is cost restrictive. Yeah, maybe we refer the letter to Trails Task Force for their consideration of maybe how to respond or not respond?
I mean, a letter could just, if we're going to respond to the letter, we could just say, you know, thank you for this. We've referred it to a committee to look at other options, kind of a thing or something. I mean,
I
just that's a
I
response.
probably
to the
wouldn't
letter.
commit to other options.
To review
Don't want to.
Yeah.
the concern and address it.
So,
In the spirit of that, so did you want to make that as a recommend or as a motion, or you just?
I'll look to Mr. Thomas. Does that seem appropriate for us
I'm
to
wondering
refer
if
the
we
letter?
tie
to-
it into the next communication item, which is about the intake for the active transportation.
Oh,
And so when I read this letter, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there is an intake date closing, which will be October 21st. And as we've been very progressive with our trails and that, would the signage and would the using of it, so that includes the paint, because there's an educational component that I think is quite unique. That can actually, could that not be a project for a grant? I mean, if you want to increase the active transportation, you have to, I would also wonder what the Trails Task Force Committee would be, even on how to charge for the electric bikes. And setting something up with that, so tying the two together. But yeah, when you're up on top by the highway there, and those paths are just so beautiful and they feel free and it feels everything else. When you come down to the other ones, it does feel a bit restrictive. So would this grant allow us to do something, noting that there's a cost for the up and taking up and putting down and the repainting? It's a cost analysis. Anyway, I just thought I would share that. Councillor Taylor, I don't know what you think as Trails Task Force Committee.
So I imagine the Trails Task Force is already aware of the grant opening, but we can certainly refer that to them. And Mr. Thomas, should we refer the letter of concern to the Trails Task Force? Is that appropriate? Okay. So I'll make a recommendation that we refer the letter to the task force. Full stop. No commitment on action.
Councillor Herring.
With that discussion, I just want to make sure that we will be addressing or responding to the letter. I noticed it was August 3rd. I'm ensuring that our citizens feel heard, so it's replied to. Okay, great, thank you.
All those in favor? Thank you. Correspondence items. Oh, sorry, Mr. Thomas.
Is council referring to the Trails Task Force for the active transportation grant to consider what? Is it another trail, or is it line painting and something else, or?
I understood it that it was being referred to the Trails Task Force Committee for consideration, that they were aware of it. I think any application that the Trails Task Force has to come to council anyway. I don't think council's got the appetite, or the Trails Task Force has got the ability to do any more trails. So perhaps this is an easy way to look at the maintenance piece of it. That was my, and did I misunderstand that? Yeah. Yeah. Just for that maintenance and the use. I've heard throughout today, we want to see signals or symbols of walkers and bikers, and we know how to use that. We need some direction.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, correspondence. Stop me if something catches your eye there. Thompson Nicola Regional District Building Inspection Services. North Thompson Arts Council, July minutes.
I just want to acknowledge the passing of Norma Watt, and just she passed away on Friday. Lovely woman and engaged and involved, and I think that the North Thompson Arts Council is doing some really great things, and her presence will be missed.
Thank you. Active Transportation Infrastructure Grants Program. Discussed. CN extreme weather, fire risk mitigation. Hear enough of that. No notice of motion, no other business. Comments from the public. Annabelle. Thank you. That is true. Stephanie. Mhm. That's, yeah, that's. It will eventually. Yeah, it goes a long way. That's right. Mhm. Alice? Just anything in general, anything in general. Well, mhm. Thank you for that. No. Motion to move into in camera. Recommendation that the meeting be closed to the public pursuant to sections 90 to 1 I K of the community charter to discuss matters relating to the receipt of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their preliminary stages and that, in the view of the council, could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality if they were held in public. Pardon me? Oh, okay. Can we have 5 minutes to stand up? Thank you.